Another day, another dollar. That's our motto here at Bladman. Alright, seems I'm good. Let's go ahead, get some tweets sent out. Beep, beep. Boy, is it ever Sunday. Game fuel. Blah, excuse me. Who's jingling? I heard that. Pardon me while I just sit here for a moment and just kind of breathe. All right. So hello, welcome to the Shark Stream. It's me, your boy, Gage. And we are here today. We have finished the main campaign of Alan Wake and its DLC. And now, it's time to run headfirst. I am like kind of low energy today. I've got an energy drink that I'm putting in me. And, like, I'm hoping that kicks in at some point. But, like, otherwise, I'm pretty low energy overall. Microsoft Studios. Anonymity. Makers of the good video games. So this is Alan Wake's American Nightmare. It is a 2012 downloadable title. Mick Wazowski Studios? Oh, right. Microsoft. It is a 2012 downloadable title released for the Xbox 360's, the Xbox Live Arcade. Hold on, Alan. Alan's talking over me. Alan, that's very rude.
I'm Alan Wake, a writer, a creator. I know the rules of the game. My specialty is fiction that can change the world. Words of power that can bend reality to my will.
Oh, it's you.
Something horrible is coming. He's called Mr. Scratch. He's after my wife, Alice.
Do you know the real difference between us?
I'm not afraid to be the center of attention.
I can't return to the real world. I've tried, but I'm operating on dream logic, forcing the door open a crack so I can slip through. Fiction wants to come true. All you need to do is help it achieve its potential. Under these peculiar, exceptional circumstances, any story, any urban legend, any lie can come true.
So as you can already see, this is going to be a very different kind of game. Gone are the psychological thriller elements that made the first game the narrative powerhouse that it was. Now replaced with almost like Grindhouse-esque elements, which I wouldn't complain about personally. Like, I think American Nightmare is a great follow-up to Alan Wake. There's more enemy variety. The story kind of branches off of Alan Wake while just kind of like being its own standalone thing. And just overall, the whole thing's a very enjoyable experience. It also has arcade mode, which is just like a horde mode. I haven't really played a whole lot of it. I'm not very good at it, unfortunately. What kind of downloadable content does this game have? I don't think this game ended up having any downloadable content. American Nightmare got released... I think this is all just like Xbox Live Avatar stuff. Anyway. American Nightmare was released on PC as well, about the same time that the original Alan Wake was released. And the exact degree of canonicity of the game in terms of like the Alan Wake story is debatable at best. I would like to think that it's canon to at least some degree. Control seems to suggest that maybe the events happened to some degree, but it's super unclear. But we'll go ahead and get an idea of it as we get started here. So, when we last left Alan, he was trapped in the dark place, and he had started writing a new manuscript entitled Return, in order to get himself out. So, we're going to go ahead, start a new story. Somewhere in Arizona. Barry Wheeler! And he's wearing the exact same outfit from the first game. Did he ever take that off? Oh well, whatever.
And nowhere as vividly as in Night Springs. The man before you is a champion of light. He is part of a conflict between darkness and light that is both ancient and eternal. He is chasing a dangerous quarry, the Herald of Darkness. His evil doppelganger, known only as Mr. Scratch.
I'll catch you eventually! Maybe. But what are you gonna do then? By then, I'll have had my hands on everything you love.
So Alan Wake actually ended up doing the whole, like, original versus doppelganger storyline, like, 5 years prior to Twin Peaks doing it.
Man has been brutally spat out from the darkness that surrounds the shores of our
Though,
river.
obviously, they took it in a bit of a different direction than Twin Peaks would eventually do so with Twin Peaks The Return.
Springs.
There's Birdleg Cabin. Just kind of hanging out in this... No, I wouldn't even call this a lake. This is just a pool of water. Anyways. So, right off the bat, you can see that this game looks a little different in terms of its HUD. And there's going to be a lot of stuff that's different. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's familiar. Right off the bat, we've got, like, possessed objects. We've got the battery meter for the flashlight, which does recharge. Our health is divided into 3 pips. This is pretty standard, sort of like video game fare, where it's just like if a pip is depleted, that pip can't like automatically regenerate. But if you don't lose enough health to completely delete a pip, that pip can regenerate. And the only way that you can restore other pips is by hitting a safe haven, which now can be not necessarily depleted, but once you use one, you can't really go back to it. And it's sort of meant to facilitate this game's slightly more open world style, where, like, rather than what's the word I'm looking for? I completely lost my train of thought. Give me a second. Rather than, levels that are just, like, kind of point A to point B, linear corridors and stuff like that, which isn't a bad thing. I love a good corridor, trust me. You're instead dropped into these areas. It's still fairly linear. Like, it's not, like, really kind of, like, open concept or anything. And we've still got Taken. The Taken are a little less chatty this time around.
It's gonna be like that again, huh?
But, like, you're kind of dropped into an area, and it kind of tasks you with, like, completing objectives within that area.
In another life, the man was a writer.
You'll see what I mean
He
as we
still
go on.
practices that art, forging weapons of war out of ideas. But the violent currents that brought him here have scattered the pages he has written.
Now, the unfortunate thing about American Nightmare is that when you find all the pages in an area, they don't respawn. So, we've got all of the pages in American Nightmare. We're going to go ahead and sit through a few of these just to kind of get an idea of, like, sort of what's going on here.
My name is Alan Wake, and I'm a writer. I didn't become one overnight. Like most writers, I struggled with it. A short story here, an article there. Then I got lucky and spent a year as a staff writer on the Night Springs TV show. It wasn't the great American novel of my fantasies, but it taught me discipline and craft, and the difference between wanting to be a writer and actually writing.
Obviously, the manuscript page things look a little bit different this time around.
Mr. is a twisted copy of me, powerful and dangerous. But I know I can fight him. I don't think anybody else can. They don't understand what he is, what he represents, or that all the horrible things he does here are almost insignificant compared to what he will unleash on Earth given the chance. but I've survived the dark place, and it has taught me things. How to cope, how to stay sane when the world goes crazy. He's 2 steps ahead of me, but I can find him.
Hi, Chimera. Welcome to the Shark Stream. So, a couple things about how this game kind of handles its gameplay compared to the first one. I kind of talked about this in the first one. In Bright Falls, most of the weapons that you find, you have a very limited number of weapons you find. Obviously, there's the flare guns, the flares, the flashbangs. Those are all still here. You know, we've still got all the slots for those. But in Bright Falls, Washington, most of the weapons that you're going to find are for like hunting, you know, like you've got the revolver, you've got the double barrel shotgun, you've got the hunting rifle. The most advanced thing you find is the pump action shotgun. This game, because it takes place in Arizona, goes a little bit harder on the variety of weapons that you can find. Right now, we've got a 9mm pistol, which right off the bat is a lot different from what we were using before because it is a clip-based weapon, as opposed to one where you just kind of like feed the bullets into the gun, like we did with like the revolver and the hunting rifle and stuff like that.
The man senses that the solution to his predicament begins there.
And a lot of the weapons in American Nightmare are more or less the same. And I'll show off some of the ones that we're going to find.
Somewhere within the Earth, space itself has been pierced, and from dark depths runs a steady flow of monsters. The man recognizes the hand of his evil double in this. He knows he must put an end to this madness.
So this thing's gonna just basically endlessly spew out Taken. Sometimes running away is the best option. Brightly lit areas can provide a safe haven from enemies. We're gonna go ahead and head down here real quick.
I can't stay here now.
And there is a shotgun here.
It's a little sad how many problems you can solve with buckshot.
Ow. Ooh. I'm already not doing well. Whoa! Now, having said that, the mechanic of, like, mashing X to reload faster for, weapons like the pump action shotgun, which are fed like shell by shell, does still work in this game. Now, each level in this game follows a pretty similar pattern, where it's just like there's a character that you have to find, that character gives you things that you have to do or helps you figure out what you're supposed to do. This is going to be one of the first things that we're going to take a look at that's a little bit different about this game as well. Weapon crates. Weapon crates are scattered throughout every level, and you unlock weapon crates by finding manuscript pages. The more you find, the better weapons you get. What do we got in here? This one is an SMG, which is our sort of like Midland weapon. We're going to go talk to her in just a bit. But yeah, this game is framed like a Night Springs episode. You know, the black and white show that we found in the first game at different points. And the reason for that is because the idea of it is Alan is trying to write himself back to reality and out of the dark place by repurposing a Night Springs episode script that he wrote. So let's go talk to our first NPC character, who I believe her name is Emma.
Hey, it's you. There. You remember me, right? Emma? Emma Sloan?
I think you might have something that belongs to me.
Really?
Typewritten page?
Oh, yeah, that's weird. I did find a page like that. I don't even know where it came from. It was all this weird stuff about the oil derrick.
I started eating dinner before I started this.
Yes,
I
that's
got boneless wings.
Well, I don't know how you knew I had it, but I guess it's yours. Listen, what's this all about? There are these really creepy guys hanging around the oil derricks. There's something really weird about them.
They're dangerous. I'm gonna deal with them. Try to stay out of their sight, okay? And stay in the light. They hate the light.
There's also a lot of dialogue you get with these characters.
Just to be clear, you should know that we haven't actually met before.
Sure we have, Mr. Wake. Remember you stayed at the motel here.
No, the guy you're talking about just looks like me, even if he uses my name. He's behind all this trouble.
So how is
Oh,
everybody today?
but, now that you mention it, I guess your aura looks a lot nicer than his, actually. I'm very sensitive to things like that.
I, for one, am
There's
excited
a bunch of stuff I need
to
find.
The things
finish
mentioned on
this
that
up
page.
and be all prepared for when
there's a lot of
AWE
crap
drops
lying
next
around this
week.
place.
Great, thanks.
I think you should be able to find everything, except the satellite, obviously. Are you gonna tell me what this is?
I don't think that'd go over too well.
Why don't you let me be the judge of that?
Fine. The page is a formula for rewriting reality. Either I use it to close a strange portal to a place that isn't in our world, or shadowy serial killer monster things keep pouring out of there.
Yeah, you were right the first time.
You can think what you want about me, but there's still bad guys around. Be careful.
Well, you might be nuts, but I've seen the way they move, the way they look. I'll buy that.
They're called Taken. They aren't really human. Not anymore.
And they're climbing out of the oil well? What, do they have secret headquarters down there, or...?
No, that's just where the point of connection is. It's a hole that leads to, well, it's a really nasty place. That's why I need to close it.
And the guy who looks like you opened it, because he was hanging around the oil field before.
He gets around, unfortunately. Thanks for helping me.
Oh, I wish I thought you were just a nutcase.
Actually, I kind of expected you to.
Me too. But I feel like this is how it's supposed to go. Isn't that weird?
Not really. I get that a lot in my line of work.
What do you do anyway?
I'm a writer.
Obviously.
What was that you said about my aura?
Oh, I'm very spiritual, you know. I can see auras, but I only use it for healing and helping people. I'm like a wise woman, you know? I give people insight and advice.
Look, just because I say crazy things doesn't mean I believe everything.
Don't be like that. Maybe you should take a few crystals with you if you're going out there. It might be dangerous. They soothe your energies and focus your mind. It's fantastic.
And they help me take out the bad guys?
Oh, well, no, not as such.
Yeah, okay. I think I'm...
Or I have some wonderfully potent and herbal detox suppositories.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Converted from a Prime Gaming sub to a Tier 1 sub. Thank you, Chimera. Go ahead and send that out. So, like I said, there's a... God, I really am low energy today. I apologize. There's a variety of weapons that you can get in this game. Obviously, we got this thing. We're just like, blah. But over here, we also have a nail gun, which for some reason was like a popular thing for a while. I don't get it myself. But like, there's also a nail gun in Silent Hill Downpour, which kind of cribbed a lot visually from Alan Wake, admittedly.
It is a weapon of his own design, custom engineered to destroy the Dark Portal. If he recreates the conditions of the page, a great power will be unleashed.
Let's take a look at that page.
At the oil derrick, the wheel had been jammed in place and turned until the oil gurgled and flowed thick and flammable. The warning lights were blinking in a fast rhythm, bright and steady, powered by the battery. The Kasabian CD was playing in the boombox, all distorted guitars and intense beat. High above, some piece of orbital junk or another collided with the satellite, knocking it radically off course. Trailing debris, it screamed down from the skies at an impossibly steep angle. All that high-tech engineering reduced to nothing more than a bullet that would destroy whatever it hit.
So the Kasabian reference didn't exactly age well. I remember I only know about Kasabian from this game, and I remember like earlier this year on Twitter just like, oh, the frontman for Kasabian is leaving the band, and it's just like no explanation as to why or anything in that particular announcement, but like you see a bunch of people who are just like, oh, it's not Kasabian without this guy, so on and so forth. And then like the very next day, Kasabian Kasabian lead singer accused of sexual misconduct. It's just like, oh, okay. Things are a little bit clearer now. Sorry, I was doing a lot and making lunch. What is the topic right now? Oh, I was talking about how the Kasabian inclusion in this game had not aged well. So, much like the original game, there are radio broadcasts and TV broadcasts for us to check out. Does Alan just have a nail gun this time? Hi, Moose! Welcome to the Shark Stream. I did pick up the nail gun. I'm probably not going to keep it because there's better things for me to pick up. But I did go ahead and pick the nail gun up, and we're gonna run with that at least until I find something better. But essentially, there's 3 rounds in this game that you go through. Not feeling that good today, so I probably won't talk much. That's okay, Chimera. I hope you feel better. There's 3 rounds in this game that you go through, and each one, the radios have a different topic. So we're going to go ahead and listen to this now.
Well, here you are, about to enjoy another cool Arizona night with me, Eddie Rodman, the host with the most. Hey, any of you guys remember Old Gods of Asgard? Man, I actually saw them twice back in the 70s. I was just a kid then, but my dad worked at this club, and he'd sneak me in to see bands all the time, you know.
Eddie Rodman is maybe not as cool as Pat Maine, but I like him just fine.
Solid fan base, and then they kind of dropped off the face of the earth. Well, now, almost 4 decades later, they're making a comeback. And let me tell you, these boys have seen a lot of road. They're some serious rock and roll veterans, because they weren't too young even back in the day. Well, now I've got Odin and Tor Anderson, 2 of the original Old Gods, in the studio with me, along with their manager, Barry Wheeler. Nice to have you guys here.
Oh, hey, great to be here, Eddie.
Yeah, hey. Hello! Now, boys, let me just come around and say this, all right? Spring chickens, you ain't. I mean, you guys, you make the Stones look young.
God, I love the Andersons.
Who you calling old? Now, your last album was 1978, In the Valley of My Shadow. And then you stopped playing altogether after that. Why? And what made you do a comeback after all this time?
Well, it was a sad thing. See, the original bass player for Old Gods, Fat Bob Balder, passed away in...
Leukemia! Bob had leukemia, poor bastard. Yeah, after that, we didn't feel like playing no more.
Long story short, I ran into these guys up in Washington, and it was obvious to me that they still got it. So I figured, hey, let's make some music, right? They went for it.
Now, Barry, you were a literary agent before this, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and you were very successful. You represented Alan Wake, I believe, who disappeared under mysterious...
Yeah, that's... Hey, I just want to talk about Old Gods tonight. Is that cool? Can we do that?
Oh, yeah, sure. Listen, why don't we take a little break, and then later on in the program, we'll hear the new Old Gods single. Stay tuned, folks.
Well, at least Barry landed on his feet.
So you can see that, like, even though Alan's at this point been gone for probably 2 years, if this game is, like, kind of chronologically, like, the same as, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? If the game's chronology, if Control takes place 10 years after Alan Wake, because it was released 10 years after Alan Wake, then if we assume that American Nightmare works the same, it's been 2 years since Alan went into the dark place and didn't come back. So it's interesting to see that his disappearance has kind of affected, or it's been felt. People haven't forgotten about Alan Wake, and that's actually part of the reason that Mr. Scratch exists in the first place. And I'll get into that kind of as I'm going through this. Because, boy howdy, we're going to talk about Mr. Scratch. Speaking of which...
Oh, hell. This isn't going to be good.
Is this on? How can you tell? I'm sorry, I'm not very good with gadgets. That's more like it.
It is genuinely kind of shocking how well Matthew Peretta's voice matches Ilkavilli's face, and how good Ilkavilli is at lip syncing to that.
I like it quiet. I bet you're wondering why this is happening. Why am I doing all this? Why am I so hell-bent on ruining your life?
I am wondering that.
You're cramping my style. You've got money, fame, everything you could want. But you don't know what to do with it. I do. I'm getting all the things you never had the balls to go for. Having more fun, too. Do you know the real difference between us?
What's that?
I'm not afraid to be the center of attention.
That, and you look like you probably smell like a barbershop.
This poor slob's just collateral damage, really. I mean, made some information out of him earlier. But this part?
Is that supposed to be the Alan clone?
This is just for kicks.
Yeah, that's Mr. Scratch. He was introduced at the end of the first game, or at the end of the main game. With Zane kind of like just dropping a really cryptic, like, your friends will meet him after you're gone. Without really explaining what that meant. So, essentially what we have to do here is we're going to have to find 3 items so that we can rewrite reality to match the conditions to drop a satellite on a fucking oil field. Minimap on the top left corner of the screen shows your current objectives. Locations of ammo boxes and safe havens are also shown as icons. Blinking question marks indicate a hidden manuscript page nearby. We're not gonna see any hidden manuscript pages because I've got them all already. Okay, I missed the end of Alan Wake. It's true. I'm sorry. But yeah, there's an Alan clone. I don't think this thing's working very well. It's kind of comical to see these fucking huge-ass nails sticking out of these guys, though.
That's one thing down.
Alright. There should be a better gun down here. I'm pretty sure. I wish I was nailing my wife instead. Oh, God. Magnum. Yes. I have this. I was trying to think of a nailing joke, but I was drawing a blank. Moose got us there. Oh, wait, hold on. Boing. 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 Got him. I don't know what I got, but I got him. Oh, wait. Before we fight this guy, let's learn about him.
Some of the Taken aren't protected by the darkness like their comrades. Instead, their aversion to light is so extreme that they literally split into two when they encounter strong light. It leaves the two halves weaker, but of course, there's strength in numbers. It's a disturbing development. The dark presence I faced 2 years ago was powerful, but it didn't have much in the way of imagination. Clearly, the same cannot be said of Mr.
That was an Eric Andre ad break. Yeah, basically. So, Mr. Scratch has a lot more creativity than the Dark Presence did. The Dark Presence, basically, you had your Taken, you had your birds, you had your slightly stronger Taken, you had your much stronger Taken, and then you had your speedy Taken. And then you had possessed objects. But this time, we got one of these guys.
The enemy tears itself in two to avoid the hated light. It becomes weaker, but more numerous. Such is the arithmetic of armor.
So, you can either keep him as one enemy, which is basically like a strong Taken, like power level. Split him into two sort of like standard Taken level, split him into four like small Taken level enemies. Obviously, the bonus for like the smaller ones is that like they take less shots to kill, but obviously they can surround you and swarm you and overwhelm you if you're not careful. Whereas the one enemy is much stronger, but you can kind of keep a closer eye on him. We're going to go ahead and switch to a carbine rifle.
That tells me I'm really going to need the extra firepower.
LCD.
That's two. Just one more to go.
So because there's so much more in the way of like weapons in this game, where it's just like, oh, you've got like a bunch of different like sidearms, a bunch of different like primary weapons and stuff like that. The narrator sounds familiar. The narrator is the narrator from the Night Springs episodes in the original game, because this game is framed as a Night Springs episode. I wonder what would happen if I just kept going down the road. Like, do I just hit an invisible wall at some point? Yes, I do. There's just an invisible wall here. Gotta find the final item for rewriting reality. And it's over this way. Yeah. Dusty. Yeah. Do 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 boop 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 doo doo. But you've basically got like your heavy weapon ammo and your sidearm ammo. As opposed to needing to find like specifically shotgun ammo, specifically rifle ammo, things like that. It's a lot more streamlined. Which is fine.
The man has found the battery, but it is empty.
I'll be back later. Have fun Americanizing those nightmares, IDK. I haven't played the game. Sure thing. See you in a bit. We're gonna go ahead and wander a little bit here. Just take a look at other things. We need to go talk to Emma again so that she can recharge the battery. But like there's other like locations around here that like we wouldn't normally go to. Like, we don't really have any reason to, like, go over here, for example. Over this truck. Hello, truck. Your fucking Longhorn grill shit. We got this pool. This empty-ass pool. Can't go swimming. It's not a pool. It's an ocean. Hey, I'm back.
I need this battery charged.
No problem. Here you go.
Thanks. Listen, I don't know what's gonna happen exactly when I do this. My memory's a little hazy.
I don't even know what that means.
All I'm saying is you don't want to come anywhere near the oil field, all right?
Got some dialogue to
Things
get
could
through.
out of hand.
That
Middle of
line
the
about
night,
his memory
flammable
being
materials.
hazy is a little
Great.
important, and you'll
I'll
see.
do my best to contain it.
Just please don't turn out to be some kind of crazy terrorist guy, okay?
Okay, I'm gonna go now. Wish me luck.
Wait a sec, I want to ask you about something first. What did you mean with that my memory's a little hazy thing?
I had a pretty rough time coming here. It was like being caught in a tsunami. I blacked out for a while. It's hard to explain. There's a barrier of sorts that I had to break through. I was lucky to make it here with my wits as intact as they are.
So you might have brain damage, you're about to do great things with a magic piece of paper, and you came here from another dimension?
No, I'm from New York. I was just visiting another dimension.
Oh, yeah, okay. My bad.
Yes, it is your bad. Remember to restock at the ammo box. Thanks, helpful video game tip. This should allow us to get our health back. And we're good. We're going to be going over there as part of like this whole process, so don't worry. We will go check out that diner. Oh. Overall, I do really like this game's, like, enemy variety. Just because it makes the game feel, like, very sort of, like, new and different. Heck, I wish some of these enemies were in, like, the original game. Like, maybe not the splitter, but, like, things like the bird enemy that you're going to be seeing later are genuinely pretty fucking cool, actually. Okay, so we got two splitter enemies, so we're gonna go ahead and just take them out without focusing on them too much.
Time to make some serious changes.
Wheel was in place, oil was flowing. My fingers are clipping through the pit. No! Hold on. How did that... I looked away when it, like, attempted to correct itself. That was a little weird. Alright, so first things first. We gotta get the wheel in place. And the oil needs to be flowing. Hell yeah, get that oil flowing. The battery was attached and the lights were blinking. Let's get that battery going. Where battery go? Where's the which is ka-chunk? Blinky lights. Alan Wake, Canadian Dreams. I mean, he's fucking wearing the plaid shirt. You know, the fucking flannel. CD was playing in the boombox. Oh geez, oh geez, oh geez. Oh no. Whee! That should not be as intact as it is, honestly. Boom! It is time for me to leave this place right now. Oh god. Oh god, oh fuck. Oh Christ. Overall, pretty fucking cool experience, I'd say. 10 out of 10 would do again. I really liked American Nightmares. Yeah, it's really good. I like it too, a lot. I like it for really just being more Alan Wake. Hey, y'all. Cut that out. Get some help.
Just keep your head down.
Stop it. Anyone else? What? Who said that? Oh, fuck.
I noticed.
There's someone coming up behind me?
That's the last of them. We're good.
Hey, lady.
What the hell was that?
Easy. I got him. You're safe. I need you to tell me what you know about him. The guy who looks like that.
That guy, what looks like me?
There was a party in one of the rooms. It was pretty wild. I'm not sure which room it was in.
You didn't attend.
No, I wasn't there. But it got way out of hand. Anyway,
Oh wow, how surprising. There is a copyright claim created for the YouTube upload of one of my Alan Wake streams. Who could have seen this coming?
Huh? Fine. I'll take a look. Stay here.
Like hell. I'm getting out of here as soon as you leave so I could close up this place and go home.
Emma, you really want to stay here in the light.
Yeah, thanks for the advice, but I'm not sticking around. Just go already, okay?
Are you okay?
I guess. Thanks for the help. Were those what'd you call them? The Taken? What are they?
It's complicated. Short version, the darkness can take people over. That's why I had to destroy the oil derrick. Otherwise, they would have overrun the place.
Wow, I didn't think you'd actually do it. I mean, I didn't think it'd work. That's crazy.
Let me just try one more time at the risk of sounding like a broken record. It's bad out there. I don't want you hurt. You should stay put.
Yeah, while you turn this place into an inferno, run around shooting things up and play some kind of weird games with your psycho evil twin. Don't get me wrong, you're nice for a weirdo. I'm impressed as hell by all of this, but enough is enough. I seriously just want to get out of here, okay?
Alright, your funeral. Do. I think it happens now. I just forget how far away I have to get from the garage before it happens. Oh, no, I think it happens when I come back, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. So, while we're making our way to the diner, and I'm going to go ahead and check out this gas station over here real quick, that whole sequence with the satellite reminded me of something. So, God, look at those fucking prices. Remember when shit was that bad? Oh, hey, there's a flare gun over here. I didn't even see that. But remember when shit got that bad? Man, that sucked. Anyways. Glad it's not that bad now. Shit is that bad where I am. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in Texas where, like, generally, gas prices are usually pretty low anyway. As, you know, people who have been into the Shark Stream before know, I've talked about things that I'm afraid of previously, and one of the, like, obviously, like, one of my biggest fears is death. I hate the idea of it. Death, world ending, shit like that. It keeps me up at night, quite frankly. And one of the things that just sends me into, like, an existential crisis more than anything is whenever there's some fucking genius journalist decides to be like, oh, there's a meteor or an asteroid that could potentially hit the Earth, and then you read the article and it's like, oh, there's like a 1 in 10 million chance that it's gonna happen. And it's just like, this seems like maybe something you should have put in the headline so that I didn't needlessly stress myself out.
A poltergeist. Its existence is one of rage and hostility, and its very presence turns ordinary objects into deadly projectiles.
What? Oh, fuck.
Oh, shit!
Oh! Haha. I have vaporized you, making me the victor. So the other day, this is basically just me ranting about clickbait, honestly. The other day, I fucking go over to, like, Google, and I'm just about to search something, and it's just like, oh, asteroid heading straight for Earth could collide. Should you be worried? And it's just like, oh, fuck, should I be? And God, it's the worst fucking thing. Because, like, you read the article and it's talking about, like, oh, there's this asteroid that's, like, they've run these simulations and it's going to be passing very near to Earth. And, oh, if you want to hear about whether or not you should be worried, watch the video included in this article. And it's just like, oh, God, you're going to make me watch a fucking video? And then, of course, the video takes, like, a minute to actually get to, like, the meat of the question they're fucking posing. And they're talking about how, like, oh, there's, like, a 1 in 250 chance it's going to collide with the Earth, and blah, 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 blah. And then it finally asks, should you be worried? And the expert that they've brought on is like, no, you shouldn't be. And it's just like, the one thing that all of these articles talking about this fucking asteroid have been omitting is the fact that this thing is, like, 7 feet across. It's not even remotely a planet killer. And he's just like, yeah, most of this is just going to burn up in the atmosphere, and, like, you're going to see, like, a fireball streaking across the sky. It's going to look real cool. It'll probably break apart and shit like that. And I'm just sitting there and just like, I should not have had to stress myself out for, like, the last 20 minutes just to fucking learn that this thing is, like, tiny as hell. Are you fucking kidding me? This is bullshit. Stop it. And, like, part of me is just like, I get that this is another one of those fucking capitalism things where, like, oh, articles can't fucking just put, like, the actual generally relevant information in the fucking headline anymore because they need people to click on it so they can get the fucking ad revenue. Like, I get that. But holy shit. There's so much going on in the world right now. Could you just spare me a little bit? Christ almighty. Anyways, that's me ranting about clickbait. I'm sorry. Just holy fuck. Ugh.
Scene. Traces of violence. A callous midnight snack. A room key.
It's a good TED Talk. Thank you. Capitalism sucks. And it's causing the world more stress than it needs.
I think these are keys for the motel.
Dead Lake's Midnight Race. What am I examining? Hold on, what am I... Oh.
Satellite and now this? That place might be involved.
Mount Red Tooth Observatory. Keys! Motel wombs. Wombs? Maybe not. Oh.
Sloane was a believer in a great many things, most of which were entirely fallacious.
Well, Emma's dead.
Sloane, and
How
as a
unfortunate.
victim of his
There was
dark
nothing we
act,
could have done.
more collateral damage in the ongoing war. Damned by forces beyond her control.
It's over here.
As
Was I over
much
here already?
as by her own
Yeah, I was. Oh, and get a look at this guy. This motherfucker just ran right into those fucking headlights. What an idiot. How unfortunate for Emma. It's too bad there was nothing we could have done. Really tragic. Rip in peace. Sometimes I swear I can still hear her voice. Alright, so there's 3 rooms that we can check. One of them is the correct room. The others are just kind of like play. Oh God! The others are just kind of like places where like secrets were held, like in previous runs of the game. You sent that man's to the moon. Hello, Audrey. Welcome to the Shark Stream. It's good to have you. Hello, Emma. Are you dead?
Damn it! Why didn't you listen?
Whip in peace. Why did I turn my flashlight off? That seems like a bad idea. Unlock. This is another incorrect room, but generally speaking, these rooms had like manuscript pages and stuff like that in them. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of these other ones.
To change reality, you nudge it into the right direction. Your version of it is there, waiting.
Oh yeah, sorry, no, my Dropbox is full apparently. My Dropbox has been full for like a year. I stopped using Dropbox forever ago.
The details of the scene to match those on the page. If you get the details right, if you achieve that critical mass, the shift will come, and the rest of your new reality overrides the existing paradigm. The lie, no matter how outrageous, is now the truth.
Critical mass, like your Dropbox. If I put one more thing in my Dropbox, it's going to fucking explode. And it's going to destroy the Dropbox servers. So I avoid using it out of courtesy for everyone else who uses Dropbox.
Damn.
So this is that dude that got killed earlier.
Dead, tortured, dressed in clothes that bore the name.
Begin
of
third
Lois
impact. It's
Joy.
going to overwrite reality if you add to your Dropbox
Solid
cage.
enough. It stirs something deep in his mind. He knows where to go now.
I guess that'll have to be my next stop.
Get those keys. Well, let's go to the observatory.
The observatory, hot on the heels of the Herald of Darkness, the champion of light forges on.
For $14.99 a month, we can
stars.
stall the apocalypse. I hope Alex is doing the Twilight Zone voice to himself.
An observatory.
Do you mean
A
Alan?
place for a man to witness the magnificence of the universe. But such insights are not what the champion of light is looking for.
Yes, sorry, I'm just
He
woke
has
up.
come
It's
To
okay.
find a weapon.
All right. Alex Wayne. Damian Wayne. There's no bad guys out here, right? Gage. Damian Wayne video game. Is Damian Wayne the Robin in Gotham Knights? I haven't watched the trailer yet. He fucking better be. I've seen a lot of trailers recently. What with the Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, The Batman, Wonder Woman 84, and Justice League the Snyder Cut. What's with the Suicide Squad? There's pump action shotgun. We're not going to take the pump action shotgun because we're going to be getting a better shotgun. Ah! Better not be any bad guys out here. Oh. Well, shit. Hello? I'm gonna go back in this shack, okay? I'm gonna listen to the radio.
Welcome back, listeners. As you know, I'm Eddie Rodman, and I'm still talking to old gods of Asgard, who are doing their big comeback tour. How's that been going for you? Odin?
Splendid! I'm having the time of my life. You know, I didn't realize.
I am interested in the Suicide Squad just because, like, I'd like to see what James Gunn can do with the property, and I'm glad that's one. It is shocking to me how much DC has been, like, doing their best with, like, actor retention, especially given how rocky kind of like the start of the DCEU was. Like, you look at the Suicide Squad, and it's unfortunate that Will Smith isn't back to be Deadshot. I hope he comes back to the character, and I'm glad that they didn't replace him with Idris Elba, so that Will Smith could come back to be the character. I'm gonna let this finish here.
I'm not saying that, guys, but I can't help noticing the difference.
Son, you're on thin ice. You calling me a liar? Whoa, hey, let me just step in here for a moment, boys. Yeah, Eddie, they do sound different, but believe me, we're not talking Milli Vanilli here. These
Milli Vanilli!
Deal.
Milli Vanilli!
See for yourself. Once they get on that stage, boom, things get real.
Really?
Believe me, they play like they're possessed. It's almost like magic. Look, you see my boy.
I wanna see Milli Vanilli!
Project a lot of power. They're not lightweights. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Barry. I'll see if I can make it. Now, let's take another quick break here, and after that, we'll play the new Old Gods of Asgard single. Don't you go away.
Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, fuck. Damian Wayne, I got paid spreading the love. Thank you, Audrey. What was I saying? I was saying something, and now I've completely forgotten. Did I do you a frighten? You did me a little bit of a frighten. I figured out why it wasn't playing before, actually. So whenever I start my computer up, sometimes it doesn't default to the correct, like, audio device. Sometimes it defaults to, like, the Steam streaming speaker or whatever for the Steam Link. Sometimes it defaults to FaceRig for some reason. I don't know. But basically, it just wasn't going to the correct thing. Alright, so we gotta go ahead and get up to the observatory. It does that to me constantly. Yeah, I don't understand it, personally. I need to take FaceRig for a spin sometime. I want to use FaceRig in the future, but, like, I need money to buy an Acid Shark model first. And let me tell you, commissioning somebody to make a 3D model is one thing. Commissioning somebody to make a rigged 3D model is a different thing entirely. Like, I've seen people, like, calling for prices of, like, multiple thousands of dollars for that. And in some cases, like, The thing is that, like, I've seen people who do, like, anthropomorphic animal rigged models for Face Rig, commanding, like, multiple thousands of dollars prices for their commissions, and these aren't exactly people who seem to know how to make a good-looking anthropomorphic animal. Not disparaging their craft or anything, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of stuff that they are good at making, but it's just, like, they seem like they could maybe use a little bit of practice. I'm just saying. I'm not one to talk. I can't do that shit at all. But, like, you know, maybe they just need to, like, work out the kinks a little bit. My notifications also work very weirdly, and I'm not too knowing on the face rig process. I need to, like I said, I need to take it for a spin sometime to see exactly how it works. I think this is an auto shotty? Hell yeah. Fucking give me this shit. Watch this, just like bah, 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 bah. It's good stuff. I want to try a live 2D thing, but I also doesn't any of this require webcam to like do thing? You do need webcam to do thing. One thing that I had thought about doing was, and I don't know how I would do this, but you know how like sometimes there's like audio visualizers that aren't so much like, you know, the waveform or anything like that, but they're like some other method of doing that. I was thinking about like some sort of like audio visualizer that's like a talk sprite where it's just like when no sound is happening, it's just like, you know, closed mouth, but like it's voice activated to start moving the mouth when there's talking happening, but I have no idea how I would do that. Star Fox face cam. God, if only.
Hello? I'm Dr. Rachel Meadows, and wait a moment, it's you. I can't believe you dare show your face around here again.
This character doesn't have particularly good voice acting. Which is a shock, honestly. Most of the voice acting in this game is pretty good. Stop that. Stop. Whamst. I had to speak in Star Fox gibberish the whole time.
Are you serious? That's what you're going with? Please!
I'm trying to stop him. You saw those shadow things trying to kill me, right? I bet he got along with them just fine.
Yes.
Armwing
Yes, he did.
going into all range mode.
Thank you.
Let's go inside. Let's watch a TV. Hello, Mr. Squatch.
Hey, buddy. I figured I'd take a moment to talk to you. There's a party next door. I'm feeling pretty good right now. A little beer, a little fun, you know? It's nice. Listen, this whole thing between us, it's a little weird for me too, you know? I mean, we don't just look the same, there's a lot we share. I mean, up here, I know you, right? So I was thinking maybe we could...
The implications of this particular video are interesting.
These guys are getting out of control. Look, I feel like we're both victims of circumstance here. And maybe we could make some kind of effort to...
Gage, you got me looking up audio reactive visuals now. Ooh, is that what they're called? please send me any information you can find, because I would be genuinely interested in that. I know an artist that does talk sprites for like a reasonable price that I would be interested in kind of like getting in touch with if I can make that sort of thing happen. Because then that way I don't have to worry about like, oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Because like if it's like an audio reactive visual sort of thing, then in that case you don't have to worry about like webcam quality. It's really just about like, are you talking? Then the mouth is moving.
Just a moment, I'll send the lift down to you. I didn't expect to see anyone here tonight, but I'm relieved to see an actual person. That's assuming this isn't some kind of cruel trick on your part, of course.
It is 100% a cruel trick on my part. I am absolutely going to murder you. No, this is a joke. I'm kidding. Please don't send the lift back up.
Doctor, the man who looked like me, what did he want here?
There's a strange astronomical event happening right now. Something I can't begin to classify, but I think it's disabled our satellite. There's a very peculiar signal that we're receiving.
A signal? That's what I'm here for.
Well, so was he. But he didn't seem to understand it at all. He got very angry, sabotaged our imaging array, and now we're blind. I believe the event is still going on, but we can't pick it up.
Is there something we can do?
What he broke is essentially just a special camera, but we can't use the telescope without it. There's a replacement in my car. If you can get that to me, we're back in business.
Consider it done. Tell me more about the signal.
It's almost as if something's being transmitted to Night's
Please, sexy dress scientist, tell me more about the signal.
Almost as if it wasn't properly there. I don't know how to describe it.
So, what was the signal like?
I wish I knew. He appeared before I had a good fix on it. He was very pleasant when I was working, but when I isolated the signal, he suddenly forced me out of the control booth. He said it was none of my business. He seemed to change. Somehow he was very smooth and charming before that, but suddenly he became, I'm sorry. I'm not sure I want to talk about it.
I understand.
I have to ask, do you always wear that to work?
I was at a party for a local art exhibition. Fascinating works. When I was called away by my assistant, Michael was the first to spot this event. I don't know where he is now, actually. He was supposed to bring us some food, but he never showed up.
Yeah, about that.
Oh, it's quite fascinating. It looks as if stars were changing, somehow. Or shifting positions. It isn't really happening, of course. Most likely it's caused by some kind of atmospheric refraction.
Who's munch crunching over there? Who's eating food? Mitty, is that you? I see some orange fur.
Did he hurt you?
No, he didn't quite threaten me exactly, but those shadowy things started to crawl into view, and whatever the signal
Calamity
was,
munch
he
a
seemed to be
crunch.
extremely frustrated by it. He just started breaking things and left. I thought it best not to interfere.
You were lucky. He's done much worse.
Yes. He showed me a knife.
He's done much worse. Like, kill the person you're waiting for. I'm sorry.
The sound of his own
I'm
voice.
sorry you had to find out this way. He's dead.
You really aren't anything like him, are you?
Believe me, I try very hard not to be.
Anyways. Time to go get special camera. Got some house dresses that are close to that number. I hope she's wearing a functional piece with comfortable fabric. Never mind. Nope, she was just at an art exhibition.
Mark, and try to be careful. It's a very expensive part, and we don't have a replacement. Oh dear, that sounded more callous than I intended. Be safe.
Sure thing, Lara Croft. back out into the night. Is this where I fight the spiders? I think this is where I fight the spiders. There's spiders in this one, by the way. Let me see. Yeah, there's spiders in this one.
The spiders aren't really the work of the enemy. They're a side effect. A part of the Dark Place's less significant fauna that has managed to slip through the opening I made when I arrived. Less an animal than an idea that has assumed the form of an animal. Makes them no less dangerous, but at least they're a little easier to deal with. The darkness doesn't protect them like the Taken, and thus they can be destroyed by either light or bullets right away.
My last memory of Lara Croft is her losing her shit at Hot Topic Lady. Yeah, that was a good moment. Goodness gracious, these fucking webs. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. It's less than ideal.
This must be her car.
I don't think she's driving home in this. I'm gonna be real with you. I need pictures of Spider, man. Gross. Don't like the way it walks. It's not... It doesn't even look like it's really, like, walking. It just looks like it's dragging itself forward. Stop that. Stop. I need you all to cease immediately. Thank you. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. What Alan said is correct, though. They can either be burned away by light, or you can just fucking blast them. Which is nice. It's good to have options. Oh. So anyway, you started blasting. Yep. So before the stream today, I watched a movie. It was the 2004 King Arthur movie starring Clive Owen with Ian Grufford and Keira Knightley as Lancelot and Guinevere. And it's not a good movie per se, but like it's fine. Like I kind of like the aesthetic and the tone of it, but it does kind of like posture itself as like, oh, it's the true story of King Arthur using recent archaeological finds, and it's just like it's not. It doesn't actually say what recent archaeological finds it uses for the basis of its claims.
Don't worry, it's very easy.
So it's just kind of bullshit. But it was the movie that introduced Hugh Dancy and Mad Mikkelsen to each other, whomst would go on to do Hannibal together. So that's kind of notable.
Brilliant, you got it. I'll just run a quick diagnostic on it.
Romance for the ages. It's true.
All right, we're good to go. Let's take a look at the skies.
Starring Ian Grufford as Shadow the Hedgehog and Hugh Dancy as Silver the Hedgehog. And, I forget who played Gawain. Hold on.
Oh, bugger it all. We're overheating. I have to shut this down. There's a problem with the automated coolant system. Somebody just interrupted the flow.
Yeah, okay. What were some of the other knights that were present in Sonic and the Black Knight? I know Silver was Galahad, Shadow was Lancelot. Blaze obviously was Percival. Knuckles was Gawain. Wasn't Jet in that movie? Or in that game? I think Jet was in that game in, like, the multiplayer mode. Who was Jet? You did, in fact, have to unlock his ass. Joel Edgerton as Knuckles. Sir Lamorak? That's fake. That's not a real Knight of the Round Table. That's some bullshit. You remember Quest for Camelot? And how, like, the villain in that movie was, like, a former Knight of the Round Table, but, like, they show, like, a group shot of, like, the Knights of the Round Table, and they show that guy, and he's, like, so obviously evil. In the Arthurian legends, Lamorak was known for his strength and fiery temper. It's possible that Lamorak's temper and Jet's cockiness is what led to Jet taking the role of Lamorak. High five, Jeebs. Hive mind, high five. Stop it. Lamorak's appearance in the game is contradictory to what the time period the game is based upon, as Lamorak was poisoned before the Knights of the Round Table were even formed. I can't believe Jet the Hawk is fucking dead. So the Sonic the Hedgehog comics have taken an interesting turn. I'm genuinely glad that the Zombot arc is over, because, hoo boy, that was getting pretty fucking intense. We poisoned Jet the Hawk. We personally killed him. But, like, I'm actually pretty excited the direction that this next story arc is going in. Because, God, they're just doing... What was it? It was... Was it Sonic the Hedgehog 175 was the one where, like, Sonic gets, like, Jotun across the universe? They Yoted him. And, like, he meets, like, Tails' parents and shit like that. Oh, God, there's a lot of dudes. Because, spoilers for the most recent Sonic the Hedgehog comic, they're kind of doing that again. Jet, Sir Lamorak the Hawk. Thank you, Audrey. I'll have to take a look at that in a bit here. But they're kind of doing that again, only this time, rather than being yeeted across the universe, Sonic has been Jotun into Blaze's universe, the Soul Emerald alternate universe. Which is pretty sick. And, like, I think that's cool. That's going to be interesting. I'm wondering, though, because obviously, poor Ian having to take the brunt of having to be, like, the face of these comics, and unfortunately take the brunt of, like, fan rage whenever he has to pass along, like, Sega mandated character shit. Like how they couldn't use Big the Cat for a while, they can't use Infinite. Shadow isn't friends with Team Dark, which is some bullshit. Things like that. I'm wondering if... I'm hoping that one of the characters that they're going to be able to use is actually Marine the Raccoon. Because, like, when's the last time we fucking saw Marine the Raccoon? Marine the Raccoon hasn't shown up since goddamn Sonic Rush Adventure. But like, hey, they've gone back to the Soul Empire. So this would be a great opportunity for Marine the Raccoon to come back. Please. Sega. She was in Sonic Universe for like 1 second. Trash Panda Resurgence. Trash Panda Revengeance. Anyways, the 2004 King Arthur movie is weird, and I highly recommend checking it out. Rules of Nature could be a Sonic song, and I wouldn't bat an eye. I thought you were going to give an obscure grab like Eraser Jin. Yeah, no, not so much.
Okay, that should do it.
I never actually played Secret Rings, so... Whoa! Ouch, my guts. Bring Billy Hatcher into IDW Sonic. God!
All the valves, Doctor! Is it working?
Just bear with me a moment. Yes, I believe you've got it sorted. It's working again. Nicely done.
Secret Rings is not fun to play, but the soundtrack fucking slaps. Which is, like... That's just Sonic, baby!
Look out, they found a way in.
Yeah, thanks for the dull surprise. Oh, that guy was having a rough one. Oh. To be honest, I didn't find Color soundtrack super memorable besides Aquarium Park, Planet Wisp, and the theme song. I would say the only Sonic games that really don't have particularly good soundtracks are Chronicles, obviously, due to reasons of, like, not actually having the proper soundtrack in it. And then also Sonic Boom, just because that was, like, really kind of just sort of generic cinematic soundtrack fare.
What I'm looking at, but it's very strange indeed. Oh,
Color drives me nuts because they moved a bunch of songs over to Generations, etc., but on the soundtrack, they're like, you didn't want the Wisp power loop music, but here it is all the fucking time. Laser! Drill! Video games! I don't know. Hey, lady!
Oh, yes, it's coming in loud and clear. It's amazing. I'm not sure what it is yet, let alone where it's coming from, but it's interacting with our system somehow. Like it was intended for us. But I don't understand how that could be.
Maybe that's just how the story goes.
What?
Never mind. Is there a way I can hear it? Or however this is supposed to work?
I think the signal is incomplete somehow, but you should be getting a printout of it now.
What do you mean it's incomplete?
It's almost as if we're only getting a fragment of it.
I need the whole thing. This is important.
I'm sure it is, but this is all we're getting.
Did the man who looks like me get the whole thing?
He locked me out of the booth, so I have no way of knowing. But I can tell you that he didn't really seem to understand it.
So, what's in the sky?
It doesn't make any sense. The stars are just... they're wrong. I thought I'd be able to see something, But it's like I'm looking at a sky that's just... It's not the right sky. But that's impossible.
I consider myself a rational man, Doctor. But this isn't a thing you can measure or explain. I've seen impossible things that have taught me just to roll with some punches. It's either that or go insane.
I find it disturbing that you sound like you're speaking from ample experience.
I'm imagining that's shot from the trailer for the Batman, where, like, he's just punching the shit out of the guy, but, like, every, like, impact sound is replaced with that cartoonish bonk noise. Somebody go make that. Whoa. No reaction. I accidentally hit the right bumper, sorry. Squeaky hammer noises.
Weapon created by the champion of light. In its words, stirs a new reality. But it is incomplete. And yet...
Alright, finish my energy drink.
A course that will lead him to a place where he may confront his enemy.
I got lost in what scene you were trying to... Ah!
The drive-in. Once the site of lurid celluloid fantasies, it's now the site of an art exhibition.
Okay, hold on. Just as... Wait, hold on. What did that say? Just as... Hold on. Okay, there's another marquee here. Alright, what we got? The 12th Annual NSVA Film Festival presents Just Desserts, A Cannibal's Tale, Sunrise, Ham, a documentary, Samurai vs. Conquistador 2, The Return of Conquistador, and The Mexican Handoff. Beautiful. Absolutely fucking amazing. What's going on in here?
Oh, it's you. That's fantastic.
Are you okay?
Go away. No, I want you. But you'll get angry if you're here. So, you gotta go. You know I'll do what you want.
Okay.
I love you so much. Did you know that love hurts? Are you gonna hurt me now?
I'm uncomfortable.
I think I can help you if I can get the lights on in here.
You can't turn the power back on. It's not allowed. You said.
So, where
She's
should
talking
we
like a
go
Squeenix
so
character
I
talks
don't
normally.
turn the power back on accidentally?
It's the big building on the other side of the drive-in, but it's locked.
Where's the key? Just so that I know to avoid it.
It's on the wall next to the cash register. But you can't. You can't. Don't be bad.
Hey, no problem. I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. Scout's honor. Just try to stay calm. I've seen this kind of thing before. I think you're gonna be okay.
Why is it so hard to think?
You've been touched by darkness. I'm hoping it's not permanent.
Remember when you were here before?
Alan, like, joke's on you, I ain't never been in Scouts.
And then everything got all dark. That was the best.
Listen, this is very important. Where did I go? Can you tell me that?
Baby, you don't need to go anywhere. You're here now, and you're in my head. You should be in me. You should touch me again.
Not with a 10-foot pole, lady. Hey, just in case there's a part of you in there that's freaking out right now, it's not your fault. I promise I'll do what I can to help you, okay?
I don't... Please go away.
Don't sweat it. I'm just saying that in case you really need to hear it. I've been there.
I think there are spiders in my eyes. I think you put them in me.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
That's a good line, admittedly. I like that line a lot. That line fucks pretty hard.
And we're back with Old Gods of Asgard and their manager, Barry Wheeler. Guys, you're on your comeback tour, and you're playing a lot of your classic material, but you've also got a new single out, right? How'd that come about? Was it hard to go back into the studio after such a long time?
Are you kidding me? They were chomping at the bit. They were just itching to stretch those creative muscles. Now, it had been a while because, you know, they spent a lot of time in...
Retirement. We were retired.
We were?
Yeah.
No. We were at the lodge, and, we escaped.
We were at the retirement,
retirement thing.
Yeah.
So, you know, really, once we got in the studio, things started happening. Now, the music has changed a little bit, and the boys were a little rusty, so it took us a while to find the right gear. But hey, once we got going, whew, boy, they kicked ass. And it's an awesome song. It's called Balance Slays the Demon, and seriously, I think it's their finest work. And hey, I should know, I produced it.
Oh, really? I didn't know you were a producer.
Well, this was my first time. I mean, they needed a little bit of guidance, you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, these guys are the best. But it's the 21st century, man. Things just sound a little different these days. So, you know, I kind of stepped in there, helped them make it sound all cool, kind of jazzed it up.
That sounds like a challenge.
Oh, no, it was really easy, man. I was just, you know, like, hey, give it a little zing, you know? Let's take it to another level so it really rips. You know, let's just throw some really sweet synths in. Like that, you know, just kicked it up a notch. But it's totally Old Gods.
Well, listeners, you can judge for yourselves. Here's Old Gods of Asgard.
Yeah, that's all music production is. It's just add a little zing. Let's see. There is... I'm trying to remember. Is there one about... Barry and the Old Gods. Here we go. Or Old Gods in the studio. Let's take a look at this.
Getting the Andersons into the recording studio was a struggle and a half. But once they actually picked up the instruments, something happened. They were two old men, and they weren't. They were doddering bags of bone, and they were barely contained power. And there was music. Barry rubbed his hands together. He knew how to pick a winner. Now all they needed was some direction on how to make things a little more modern. Barry had never produced a thing in his life, but he knew what he liked. He knew Balance Slays the Demon was going to be a hit.
Alright, now Balance Slays the Demon does trip up the copyright protection, so I'm going to go ahead and talk over it while it's playing, and we're going to go ahead and get out of here and not listen to that, because even though it's a fucking awesome song, I want to try to minimize copyright stuff as much as possible.
Suborned by the insidious touch of the darkness, he has experienced it himself, but merciful light burned away the darkness in his brain.
It's too good to talk over, but damn, you're right. Balance Slays the Demon fucking slaps. Go look it up. Oh, shit.
Not good.
Fuck you. Alan Wake says no to taken rights. What's over here? What's this thing? Sawed-off shotgun. Maybe. Let's take it for a spin, see how we feel about it. There's a thing over here I definitely want to grab. The Old Gods of Asgard upload of this song deserves more than 75,000 views. It does. Excuse you. Whoa! crossbow. Crossbow bolts can pierce the darkness that protects enemies, even if you don't burn it away first. So it's kind of busted, actually. I like drive-ins. I've been to a drive-in before. Back in my hometown in Massachusetts, there was a drive-in not too far away that I remember going to a lot, like during the summer and stuff, to like see movies. And like drive-ins are rough on like movies where there's a lot of darkness.
You ready to save the day?
Admittedly, but the experience is still really neat. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that there isn't like a little bit more of a resurgence of drive-ins these days, kind of with everything that's going on. Hold on. Arrowed! I guess bolted? Or bolts when it's a crossbow, right? I wonder what the closest drive-in is to me. I'd never been to one until the first time I went to go see Bree. Aw. They're really neat. There's some drive-ins taking further measures for social distancing. Yep. I would think that like a drive-in would genuinely be probably the best way to see a movie in the current, like, you know, sort of like health climate, as it were. We watched the first Unfriended and like Monsters U. He seems like he's having fun. Oh. Oh. Got him. Fucking get it, Mr. Scratch. Anyways, enough of that nonsense. Where is it going? I guess this way? Wait, hold on. No, that's right. There's, like, stairs over here. I forget what the last movie I saw at a drive-in is. Or was.
You are gonna shit yourself when you realize what I have done.
I don't want to shit myself. That doesn't sound enjoyable at all. Couldn't I just not shit myself? Oh shit. Woo. Arrowed. Arrowed. Fuck. Woo. Oh god, reload it quickly. I am back with my salmon avocado sushi and chicken gyoza. Nice. Welcome back, Moose. Assault rifle. We're gonna go ahead and keep the crossbow. We're still on our first go-around of the American Nightmare. Hello? Gotta turn on the power. Gotta get the lights on. Whoop. Nailed it. I see you off in the distance there. Also had a green dragon roll, shrimp tempura, cucumber, avocado inside, and also topped with avocado. That's a lot of fucking avocado! Holy shit. It's avocado for days. There's a place in town that also puts mango sauce in their green dragon. I see. Another fucking stone fruit up in here. I see.
Okay, I should be able to figure this out.
I did it! I've activated the thing. Oh. I don't like that. Wow. I appreciate how simple the HUD is. Yeah, it's really nice. And I think in this game specifically, you can set it to fade after a certain amount of time. Just like kind of from the outset. Which you couldn't do in the first one unless you were playing on PC. Hello? Hello? Whale gun. Ooh. You okay? He's not okay. I said that as a joke. That's what we call comedy. I asked him if he was okay, despite knowing full well he was not. Excuse me. Wait, did I just run right by the door? Oh yeah, here we go. Love sea creatures and is like, they're so cute and cool. Also me loves seafood. It can be cute and cool and also delicious, okay? You're absolutely right. It's true. Sometimes they're delicious because they're cute and cool. Sometimes you see a cute thing and just like, God, I bet you'd taste great.
You have no idea how badly you're screwed. It's gonna be
I swear this isn't a vor thing. Anyways, let's learn about this enemy.
The Taken were always single-minded. They had a certain animal cunning, but they weren't very intelligent. That's one reason why they prefer melee weapons. Actual firearms are too complex for them to use. That's why seeing the one who threw grenades at me surprised me. But of course, they aren't actually grenades. There's no pin to pull, no fuse to set off an explosive, just concentrated darkness.
I'm a little sad that Natalie is missing all this sushi talk. For she is unfortunately at work. Damn. Fucking read like a book. If you guys are ever in the area, I'm take y'all for the best sushi I know. Aw. Thank you, Audrey. We appreciates that. Where are you going? Why are you running? Hey! Hey! Where are you going? Hey! Hey! Why are you running? Ouch. There's someone else? Hold on. Oh, fuck. Whermst? Stop that. Okay. I think I'm good. This movie sucks. This Mr. Switch looks like Jake Gyllenhaal off the shits. Did I turn away at the best part? Eh. Mr. Scratch and Alan Wake are played by one Ilkka Ville, who is a Finnish actor, and voiced by Matthew Peretta.
Wait.
Okay, everybody, take a number. I'll get to all of you in due time. Oh, Mr. Scratch, I said Switch. Jake Gyllenhaal is one of those names that pops up in my head unprovoked.
I can smell you. I can smell you out there.
Yeah, let's put an end to this.
No, don't. Oh, it's not. It's you. Did you help me?
Looks like you're feeling better now.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. I don't know what happened. There was this guy.
Boy, howdy, was there ever.
Don't say anything. I know I look like him, but I'm not.
Don't worry. You just don't feel anything like he does. He was in my head. I feel like I need to take 50 showers.
Where is he?
That asshole wanted to get into the projector booth. He was talking about fixing things so the sun never comes up. God, it didn't seem that weird when he was saying it. It sounded really good at the time.
You weren't yourself. The projector booth.
Ugh.
That sounds about right. I need to get in there.
Stretch my muscles, crack my bones.
Here.
Thanks.
I'm just glad you showed up now. He said he'd be back after he'd arranged for some security.
Do you feel up to telling me what's going on here?
We have an art exhibition here, supposed to open tomorrow. I'm the curator. My name's Serena Valdivia.
Alan Wake.
Holy shit, it is you. I've seen you on the big screen. I know your wife.
You know Alice? Wait. Big screen.
Yeah, we have a film from her here. What the hell happened to you?
Getting back to Alice.
Oh, God, yeah, sorry. It's quite a coincidence that you're here. She made this short film. She shot it years ago. You're in it. It's a part of the exhibition.
I'm in a film?
Yeah.
Alright, Chimera, hope you feel better.
It's just footage she shot of you at some point, but she turned it into this thing. It's almost like a memorial of sorts, because, you're supposed to be dead, or something.
Uh-huh. How's Alice? Is she alright?
She's okay, I guess, all things considered. I know her pretty well. You're really Alan? I can't believe you're here. Nobody knows what happened to you. But there are people who say they've seen you.
That wasn't me. He just looks the same. Like,
Yeah, but that guy's a lot more slimy. The thought of him makes me... I hate him, but there's something about him, this... God, he's so creepy. Anyway, you're not like him. At all. I hope you can stop him.
Anyways. So, you know how, God, what is it? So I remember one of the things within, the last couple months was somebody suggested replacing the trolley dilemma thought experiment with God, what is it? The shopping cart thought experiment, where it's just like, do you put your shopping cart away in like the cart corral, even though doing so benefits you in no way and just makes and is intended to make things easier for someone you may never interact with? Yeah, exactly. Serena Valdivia is kind of a similar thing, where and I'll get into this in a little bit here, but as kind of a spoiler here for people who haven't played American Nightmare, just because this is going to be coming up in like a minute and a half or so. American Nightmare is a time loop. We are going to be going through the same set of 3 areas a couple different times. On your first journey through the loop, Serena Valdivia gives you the code for the projector booth. So on subsequent loops, you don't actually need to restore her to sanity, because she's already given you what you need in order to essentially complete the loop. Like, you can leave her in a dark-touched state and never interact with her again after that if you want. But on the other hand, you can go back to her and restore her to, like,
the Champion of Light can feel
you know,
a fragment of the signal in
her better frame of mind. If you're not an asshole.
It's incomplete, but it's all he has.
I'm pretty sure every time I've played through this game, I have gone back and I have helped her. Because, God, what a dick move to not do that, you know? So, we actually didn't get a chance to take a look at the first fragment of this. So let's go ahead and take a look.
The atmosphere in the projection booth at the drive-in was charged. Almost unreal.
Does it affect anything else in the game if you don't help her? Nope.
This late at night.
You get a bit more dialogue, but that's about it.
But it wasn't over yet.
There is genuinely no... There's really no genuine benefit to helping her. Once you get the keys in the second loop and turn the power on in the third loop, you never... Like, you interact with her in the second loop when you go to get the keys, and then you do not have to go back to her. And then in the third loop, you start the loop out right at the power station, so you just turn the power on and that's it. I don't think I'm having any technical issues. Is anybody else seeing any buffering like what Moose is seeing? Let's go ahead and learn about Mr. Scratch a little bit.
I've seen the enemy, and it's me. I faced dark horrors before, things that live in the unimaginable pressures of the world beyond our own. Sometimes they masquerade as humans. That's what ultimately lurks inside Mr. Scratch. He's every mean-spirited tabloid story about me. An evil caricature, a creature formed in that vague territory of misconceptions, half-truths, and the dark imagination of people who heard a story about me. An urban legend made flesh. A serial killer. My dark half. Brought to life by the power of Cauldron Lake.
So, my personal theory about what Mr. Scratch is, what he was supposed to represent, and how he kind of became what he is, essentially goes like this. So, Thomas Zane, in the end, wrote himself out of existence and just sort of became like an urban legend. people think... There's lots of people who think he straight up does not exist, or he's, like, on the same level as, like, Bigfoot, right? So what it seems like is that when Alan descended into the dark place, Mr. Scratch was created to sort of keep Alan's memory alive. Not by being sort of like in the public eye or anything, but just kind of being like a face in the crowd. Like you glimpse him and you think, is that Alan Wake? Is that Alan Wake? Is that Dean Cain? No. But essentially, like, how to put it? He's essentially there so that, like, the people that he knows don't forget about him, because they occasionally catch him in a crowd. And then he just disappears. Unfortunately, he is still a product of the Dark Place, still a product of Cauldron Lake. And as a result, he is influenced by written work, which means that every tabloid story, every rumor about Alan, all sort of compounds upon him. Every worst perception of Alan Wake that is put into writing or muttered between people has been compounded on someone who was never meant to interact and in any significant way with the world at large, and now he's become a serial killer as a result. There we go. I throttled my download on Steam whilst installing Titanfall 2. It doesn't usually do that. Ah, gotcha. Okay. And that moment before where he was approaching Alan on the TV, which is like, hey, let's work together. Why do we have to fight? That sort of thing. And something seemed to interrupt him. He is a product of Cauldron Lake, which means he is a product of vast, unknowable intelligences that don't want him to stop what he's doing. He can't, because he is a product of this place. So when it comes to him realizing, hey, why don't we just work together? Why don't we figure something out? He is physically stopped from doing so, because that is not in his nature. It is not... He is, from the way that he was created, he is physically incapable of cooperating with Alan in any meaningful way. Or at least, that's the vibe that I get. Gotta make it late at night. 2:36 a.m. is pretty late at night. Summer was almost over. January? Fuck that. This feels like a mix of Collective Consciousness and Persona and the Gravemind from Halo, as weird a mix as that sounds. You're not entirely wrong. We gotta make it end of summer. August is the end of summer. It's August right now. Oh no.
Oh hell, this isn't going right.
It is in fact going very wrong.
You've been up to something, haven't you? Too bad it's not gonna do any good. I'm a better you than you ever will be, and I've got all the time in the world. Everything you've got's going to be mine. Your life. Your wife! What are you gonna do about it? The sun's never coming up now. I can keep this up forever. Show yourself! Whatever you say, buddy.
You can tell that Ilka Villi and Matthew Peretta are both having a lot of fun with Mr. Scratch's character. Alan, disappointed it's not a sexy fireman's calendar. Give us the bisexual disaster Alan Wake that we deserve, Remedy.
Time itself twists and tears, sweeping the champion of light back with its dark currents. Again, he enters the world, but now he sees the trap for what it is. A maze that loops back into itself.
I'm here again. He sent me back.
And we're on to the second loop. Everyone in a Remedy game is by now. I've decided. I haven't played Control, but that is my object of power. Be the change you want to see in video games. Alright, who are we going to get in this one? I think we're going to get... Oh, the appearance of Mr. Scratch. Okay.
In the darkness. He has started appearing to me. Mr. Scratch. He can travel back into the world effortlessly, and he loves to rub my face in it. At first, he was just an echo in the darkness, a flicker beyond the edge of my vision. Now he started showing himself, getting bolder all the time, telling me what a great time he's having in the world while I'm stuck here, and what he plans to do, especially to Alice. All the moves I have left are dangerous and desperate. I have no choice. I have to hunt him.
Is it the Spectre?
In Bright Falls, I was constantly under attack by birds that were more shadow than flesh and feathers. But this is an evolution.
Oh, Audrey, you're going to love this one.
Capable of turning into a flock of birds to escape my attacks and turning back into human form to make surprise attacks.
Yeah, wait till you see this fucking shit in action. It's great.
Oh, not birds again. What the hell?
Ow. Fuck off. That whole, like, mechanic reminds me a lot of Dracula Untold. Because, you know, obviously one of, like, the big, you know, Dracula lore bits is just like, oh, he can turn into a bat and stuff like that. But one of the things that I really liked about Dracula Untold is that he turns into a swarm of bats. And it's very cool. And that's probably one of my favorite things about that movie. Audrey, would you want to become Borbs or bats? That's a good question. Bats missed. I think a wolf at some point. In Dracula Untold, he doesn't turn into that. I think in Dracula Untold, the swarm of bats is kind of a combination of, like, the mist transformation plus the bat transformation. I wish I could have Alucard's abilities. Alucard is fucking busted. Bust into a swarm of ravens just for the aesthetic.
Emma? You here?
Hey, remember me?
Wow, it is you. I guess all of it really happened.
You remember me?
Kind of. I felt weird all day, like I could almost remember a dream I had. And then, just before sunset, I remembered the page.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go get those things again.
Not all of them. I went out and got them. Well, most of them. I felt stupid at first, but then it was getting dark, and those things started showing up, and one of them made off with the battery. It ran into the railroad tunnel. There was no way I was gonna follow him in there. Sorry.
It's good you didn't. You should be careful. I mean, really careful.
Yeah,
I think if it was my choice, I would want to turn into a swarm of dragonflies.
Forget it. It doesn't have to happen again, okay? Just do what I say.
Yeah, okay. God, this is too weird. Am I going crazy here? Just go get that battery.
Try to stay calm. You're perfectly sane. We're caught in a time loop. That's why this is happening again.
I believe you.
Why did Alan
God,
lose
I feel
his
like I might
tweed?
just lose it any second now.
You know what?
I'm not freaking out over this.
There is a page about that. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
The clothes I wear now I shaped from dreams and memories. It's an old outfit, originally from the 90s. The last time I wore it was when I was still writing and Alice and I took a vacation in the desert before our troubles began. The night before, we'd been at a party, and I had dressed to the nines. On that lazy day, I put on these old clothes, worn and comfortable. Alice made a joke about grunge. I felt a little embarrassed, but I stuck with them. We were very happy. I'm sheathed in good memories to remind myself of what is at stake.
And Blaine, that is why he's not wearing the tweed jacket.
Because on my personal weird shit-o-meter, this just doesn't rate.
Look, I know something happened to me before.
You're gonna be okay. If you just keep cool, okay? Thanks for getting this stuff for me. It's a big help.
I hope so. Are you gonna make everything blow up at the oil field again?
I have to.
Well, whatever the hell else you might be, at least you're not boring.
Okay. Alan Wake's like, made you think about the 90s. Hope I find my wife soon. Ugh, gotta find my wife.
Just the battery. That'll save time.
Blaine, since we were just talking about it, how do we feel about bisexual disaster Alan Wake? As a concept.
Okay, people, it's Eddie Rodman here with a few hours to kill, and there's nobody I'd rather spend them with. Nobody else in the whole world. Oh boy, that'll land me in hot water.
That's the spirit.
Well, just in case my wife is listening, and you always are, aren't you, baby? Let me tell you, you are the exception, honey, and the prettiest lady I ever saw to boot. But I'd really like to spend some quality time with you listeners.
Ooh, this is the listener questions loop. I forgot.
Might as well have been here forever. Keep talking, but you don't even know what you're saying. It's like you're on automatic. You can't stop the ride and get off. It's times like these that I really wish that somebody would just call in and relieve my boredom. How about it? Anybody? Come on now, help a fella out. Our lines are open.
Gage, have you read the SCP of a basketball recording where everyone in the DVR is conscious of the loops? I have read that one, actually. Where it's just like the first few times, like, they thought it was weird, but, like, they just kind of kept going with it, and then in subsequent loops they were trying to, like, break out of the stadium and shit. I'm A-okay with claiming him as bi. Well, the reason that we started claiming him as bi to begin with is because we made a joke earlier about, like, when we're in the room for the time loop and you have to flip the calendar to August. We were making a joke about it being like a sexy fireman calendar. And I just made the quip of, like, oh, it's fucking bisexual disaster Alan Wake. But it's just, like, at the same time, you know, like, I can see it. Alan Wake's Hot Boy Summer. No tweed, hot boy summer. Wet hot American nightmare summer. God. Okay, we need the battery, that's right. Alan Wake in search of the one true twink. Alan Twink. God. Alan's not really a twink, is the thing. Alan's kind of like a mid-range sort of. Like, I wouldn't say he's a twunk or anything. I don't know where he would fall on the spectrum. Do you think he's would you say he's a twunk? Okay, hold on. I need to fight these enemies before I can enjoy this discourse. You've done it, JB. You've boiled down gay jokes to its bare essentials. Fortunately, the pun there is Alan Wank. Alan Wake, Attack of the Twonkies. Twink, twonk, twank. I don't know if he's a twunk. He's too much of a nerd. Wait, no, fuck. He's not beefy enough to be an otter, a twink, or a twunk. Bare essentials. God! We did it, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Well, this should be perfectly safe.
Okay, what was I fucking talking about? I forget now. This all seems fine. Just a big spooky cave covered in spider webs. Battery.
Charge this up.
Oh shit. Oh god, I should have come in here with an automatic weapon. Oh god. Flare. Oh god, please let me leave. Fucking out of here. Oh no. I'm losing my mind at the spiders just fucking going flying. Okay, hold on. Last of Us wanted to use that shakeable flashlight mechanic in a useful way instead of set dressing. I thought it was Gatorade because sports, because that's what they do in Big Top Burgers. Cesare goes, we got him. I like the spiders' little ha-cha-cha on their front leg walk cycle. Oh yeah, by the way, if you haven't seen it, Worthy Kids released a supercut of all of Big Top Burger Season 1, and there's even a deleted scene and bloopers in there. Gage, you seen the spiders in that Tiny People survival game yet? Not yet. Every Sunday, Gage plays a horror game that lets him shoot spiders. I don't think there were any spiders last time I played a horror game on a Sunday. Like, I think that was... what was it? It would have been... oh god, yeah, I guess Alone in the Dark did kind of have that. Gage, can you tell me that L looks jacked? Nah, man, that L looks jacked. On that note, I gotta go, but have a fun stream, y'all. Alright, Blaine, thanks for dropping by. Appreciate you. Wow, they're still fucking following me, huh? Hey, fuck you guys. Oh, shit. Bye, Blaine.
Found the battery.
Okay, I'll charge it. Here. Try
God, I
not to
hate the
get
spiders. If they were that big, I'd walk around with a sawn off too.
Okay. gonna take care of this. Try to stay calm.
Look, what if you stay here with me, please?
No.
I'm sorry, but if I don't deal with this, no one else will.
Yeah, I guess. It's just that this is getting really creepy. I believe this
Look,
is real,
just
but
stay
I
with
don't
here with me,
understand,
please.
and I'm getting
No.
I get scared.
Oh, hey, another part of my Alan Wake playthrough got a copyright claim. Which one was this for? Oh, that one did end up being claimed for Space Oddity. Okay.
The guy who looks like me is the reason this is happening.
Please, just
I'm caught
pretend
up with
I'm
him.
your
Just
wife.
Let me back here.
back in time.
No.
Unless I can break out of it.
How are you gonna do that?
I'm working on it. I came prepared, but things got kind of scrambled when I arrived. I'm tracking down the things I need.
Yeah, well, feel free to
I'm
climb
gonna
back
click on
into
it.
your DeLorean or whatever it is you do.
Woof! I need to try that game out. I'm pretty sure it's on Game Pass, so, like, I could if I wanted to. I just don't think I have the space on my hard drive for it. Yeah, Grounded. Especially since I downloaded fucking Battletoads the other day, and that game is 8 gigs. Which I found to be kind of nuts. I would assume Battletoads needs 8 gigs for all of its incredible cutscenes. Because, like, I've seen the cutscenes for that game, and that game looks fucking hilarious. Oh, fuck. Shit. Hold on. Stand still. Whoa! That was very rude. Gotcha. Fuck off. Woo! Shit. Hold on. Got him. I love when you kill these guys. When you kill these guys, birds burst out of them like Sonic losing rings. It's great. Wing! Alright, everybody take a number. Shit. Whoa! That's not good. Fuck off. To be honest, even with the arachnophobia setting, I can't play it because large bugs make me severely uncomfortable. Bugs are creepy crawlies. There's a spider that hangs out in one of our windows. Like, he's between the screen and the actual glass window pane. And he just fucking taunts Raggy all the time. Like, Raggy goes over to the window and just watches him. Thing is, if bugs were meant to be that large, they would look different and would probably not squick me out as much. Fall! Fall! Boom! I think it's the square cube law. And I remember, yeah, you are correct, because they talk about that in Shin Godzilla. Because the scientists are just like, oh, we don't have to worry about Godzilla because he can't actually come up on land. Because he wouldn't be able to survive. His biology wouldn't allow him to. And then he walks up on land and they're just like, motherfucker! God, I want to watch Shin Godzilla again. It's so fucking good. Rasputin has activated the javelin. God. Can't believe Destiny stole that from Alan Wake's American Nightmare. Destiny just... Video games just stealing from Alan Wake. Honestly.
Emma! Coming! It's not a bad thing! Nothing!
Oh, shit. Oh, this is gonna be a mistake, probably. Oh, that could have gone worse. I saw Shin Godzilla for the first time the other year, and I loved it so much. Video games stealing from each other, fucked up if true. The Alan Wake of space operas. God, I love the term space opera. Space opera is a good term that describes a very specific kind of, like, fiction. Before we go talk to her, we're gonna go get this TV thing over here. See what fucking Mr. Scratch is up to this time.
Okay. So this chick just came up to me and said she's my biggest fan. I know. They all say that, right? And she's giving me the eye. So I make a couple of moves, we have a couple of drinks, and then things start happening. But I say I have to go to the bathroom first. Uh-oh, right? She's got no idea. Watch this. This is gonna be priceless.
That's nice.
I thought you'd like that. Are you tense? You feel a little tense.
Maybe a little. I had a crappy day.
Yeah?
Don't worry. It's moving real fast.
Yeah.
Hey, don't stop. It's just getting good.
Watch this. Yeah! Did you see that? Oh man! Did you see her? Boom!
I do not like Mr. Scratch's casting couch. Oof. Okay, gonna shift to get in a little bit more of a comfortable position here just because my legs are cramping up. There we go. Alright, let's go talk to Emma. And be like, don't worry, you're definitely not going to die seconds before she is murdered.
I got a really bad feeling about all of this.
I'm gonna need those keys to the diner now. There's a motel key there that I have to get.
Oh, hey, you don't have to do that. I have the motel master key. I work for the same company, you know. What's at the motel?
Well, there's a dead guy. He's got something I need to get into the Mount Redtooth Observatory.
God, that's awful. Hey, you wanted to know about the guy who looked like you, didn't you?
Absolutely.
You said he had a party, but you didn't go.
No, that's not true. I did go. It was really great at first, and then I didn't see it myself, but I hear he turned nasty. He hurt a bunch of guys pretty bad, and there was this girl, she died. But I didn't hear about that until afterwards. I thought that he was so charming.
And then he went to the diner.
That's right. I wasn't involved. I wasn't involved with that at all. I don't know what happened.
Fine. I need to check out these motel rooms. In the meantime, you stay here, okay? I'm serious. Keep the lights on and stay here.
Yeah, okay. You got it. I sure hope you're right about this.
I am so super right about this. Nothing bad will happen.
You're gonna stay here this time, right?
Because the last time I didn't, and that thing, whatever it is, happened to me.
Yeah. I don't want you to get hurt again.
Don't worry, I'm gonna stay put. I don't remember what happened exactly, but I learned my lesson.
Good. It doesn't have to happen exactly the same way this time around. You proved that much when you went out and got those things for me. I think you're gonna be okay.
Let's hope you're right.
The cool thing about the way Alan's voice is reminding me of Jensen from Deus Ex. Yeah, maybe with just like a little bit less gristle. Oh.
This wasn't supposed to happen again. No!
Unfortunate. Oh, hey, ammo. Alright, well, let's go to the observatory. But yeah, the cool thing about how this time loop works is that it means that, like, every time we loop again, the people in the loop remember things a little bit better, and we can do things a little bit different.
Champion of Light is an expert on destiny. Sometimes the puppet and puppeteer can be one.
So, like, Emma had already gathered most of the stuff that we needed, for example. We're going to see how things change slightly when we go to the observatory, and also, obviously, how things change slightly when we go to the drive-in, I kind of already discussed.
Mount Redtooth, its top littered with man-made eyes that stare into the endless depths of space. Tonight, the Champion of Light will depend on them to pick out a message from the ether.
Oh man, I love the ether.
As history repeats itself, the man remembers the patterns. He knows that he needs the missing part for the telescope.
I better find Dr. Meadows' car. That's where the camera should be.
Hell yeah. But for oh. I don't remember those sparks being blue. Oh, yeah, I have links blocked. Sorry. I have links blocked for anybody who isn't a mod. Okay, everyone good? No one else? I'm gonna go listen to the radio. Ooh, flare gun ammo.
Oh, praise be. You guys are coming through for me.
I think this one's... Two of my favorite radio messages are in this loop. This is one of them.
Eternity like this, it feels like I'm stuck in a rut and just reliving the same endless night over and over again. I feel feel genuinely touched by someone actually reaching out to me, breaking the monotony. I just want you to know that it really matters to me. Caller, you're on the air. You suck, Eddie! Did you know that this is my dream job? True fact.
Alright. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough, gotta get the camera imaging part. Bad guys! I'm surprised I hit that guy. Actually, I can DM it on Twitter if that works. Describing the image doesn't do it justice. Go for it. Message requests. Do. God damn, you see that shit? That was fucking crazy. Anyway, I'm Rod Sterling. That's good stuff. Which one is this? Hunting rifle. Oh yeah, I'm not worried about that. Oh. Huh? What? Okay. Weird. So I do wonder, because like one of the big questions that like is actually kind of posed by this game, by the game itself. The game, of course, being Alan Wake's American Nightmare, is whether or not these events are like happening for real, or if this is all just kind of like sort of like a hallucination of the dark place, or like to a certain degree like Alan's wishful thinking, stuff like that, which seems to sort of be getting like a suggestion from some of the Alan Wake material in Control. Like, I announced the stream with a quote from the document in Control about the typewritten page altered item, which I'll pull up here in just a second. In the meantime, let's see. Anything else interesting here? Lost in the Dark Place. Let's look at this.
After my disappearance, they thought I was dead. I might as well have been.
Okay, so it has been 2 years.
I know Alice has moved on. I've tried to find a way back to her, back to my life, but escaping the dark place is almost impossible. Time does strange things here, but dreams and radio signals can pierce the veil between the worlds. I catch glimpses and echoes of the world. Sometimes I send messages out. I can only pray that they hear them.
All right. So some of the additional details, like the supplemental information about the typewritten page and Control, the words written on the page are, "For 10 years I've tried to write my escape, only sinking deeper. I used to know where fiction ends and reality begins. Here they are all the same. It's a hideous trap, my every thought made real. Fear, desire. How can I ever know for sure I've escaped and not just lost my own fantasy of it? The thought alone can drive you mad." So there seems to be the implication that within the context of Control, technically speaking, the events of Alan Wake's American Nightmare may have not been like actual reality. Sort of. If that makes sense. Like, Alan Wake has been trying for 10 years to write his way out of the dark place, and this was just an attempt that, unfortunately, doesn't fully pan out the way that he wants it to. Whether that's how it actually ends up being, if Alan Wake's American Nightmare will get any sort of, like, sort of lip service in the AWE expansion when that drops next Thursday, is obviously up in the air at this point.
I'll unlock the door.
Thanks.
Let's watch some TV.
I know what you're thinking. Evil twin, supernatural powers. But most of the time, I just like to keep things basic. I want you to understand that. Like this. Need to get your hands dirty? No batteries, no moving parts, just physics. That's technology you can depend on. It's a classic. Speaking of classics, you need to be careful with this one, though. If the victim suddenly twists, you might end up cutting yourself. It's not really a workhorse, but I'm a sucker for this style.
This fucking Joker wannabe.
Now this is more like it. You've got slip-resistant grip. Believe me, you really want that traction once you're wrist deep in somebody. The blade's stiff enough so it won't open by accident in your pocket, but it's still really easy to open with just one hand. Now that's a big thing for me.
Mr. Scratch's trick.
It's too big, too heavy. But sometimes you
This dude watched Sweeney Todd once and went, oh fuck.
If you're talking intimidation, this is gonna do the job. Also great for dismemberings and whatnot. You know, the messy jobs. I can't tell you how many things I've MacGyvered with this stuff. Okay, now, guns. Not a big fan. I mean, how are you supposed to really connect with somebody with a bullet?
I never liked guns. It's just not personal. And it's just like, oh, fuck off. We know The Dark Knight is a good movie. Jesus Christ. We get it. This commentary on knives is actually super helpful if you apply it to, say, skinning a deer. You know what? Fair.
You'll have to forgive me, but this feels very strange. It seems like this has all happened before.
I have the replacement part for your telescope, Doctor.
All right. Let's get it installed.
You're really gonna want that extra grip if you're wrist deep in skinning a deer. Also great for dismemberings and whatnot when you're skinning a deer. Now guns, not a big fan. I mean, how are you really supposed to connect with skinning a deer? With a bullet? Oh no, I've seen Half-Life 1. I know what happens when you install shit.
They'll be at the primary coolant pipe outside. If you can secure it, we should be ready to pick up the signal. That is why you're here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'll take care of it.
There you go. If you have the time, I'd appreciate if you came up here and explained a few things. All of this is very strange to me.
Alright. I'll get some additional dialogue, sure.
Hello.
Hey, lady.
I don't quite know what's going on, but I seem to remember having had this encounter before.
It's not deja vu, Doctor. This has happened before. We're caught in a time loop.
That's utterly insane. How could that be?
How could that
Can't
not be,
really
honestly?
explain. I suppose I could call it magic.
I don't believe in magic.
Neither do I, but I can't argue with what I've experienced. Listen, what matters now is the signal. The last time we only caught a part of it. I need the rest of it. Whether you believe me or not, you want to look into this as much as I do, right?
Yes. All right.
I realize that you have trouble believing this.
That's an understatement. I can't deny that what you say resonates with me on some level I don't pretend to understand. But for all I know, I'm simply delusional.
But it's not just you. I've experienced the same thing as you. Doesn't that prove something, at least?
Maybe. On the other hand, given your appearance, and the fact that you're trying to convince me that I'm not insane, perhaps you're merely a hallucination that accompanies my delusions.
You're not having a psychotic episode, Doctor. For what it's worth, I'm a skeptic by nature. I completely understand your reluctance to believe me.
There are people caught so deep in their psychosis that they retroactively manufacture memories and beliefs that conform to the situation at hand.
Sure, but you have to stop second-guessing yourself at some point, if you want to get something done.
Oh, okay. I guess that's the end of that conversation. Good talk. Hold on. How do I fucking get out of here? Jesus Christ. Woo. Whee! I'm still feeling a little bit low energy. Which, I mean, I guess that's just Sunday, baby. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm super saying? For? Secure the primary pipes. Pipes. I'm just gonna sit here and make weird mouth noises. Welcome to the mouth noise stream. Oh god. Oh, video game. Ooh, video game chugging just a little bit. Ooh, video game chugging just a little bit. Okay. Whoa! What the fuck was that? That dude went to fucking space.
These beings hate the light, am I correct? You should be able to turn on the lights and secure the area that way.
I think we're good to go.
All right. I'll start looking for the signal. Please, head back.
Will do. Oh. That don't seem good. Oh. Car, though.
I guess they didn't like that. Trying to kill me.
If I'm in a time loop, does that mean that I need to, like, start ranting about clickbait again? Because I could. Well, I guess if I was going to properly make it a proper time loop, I would have had to have ranted about it, like, in the last level. Oh. Yes. JB, please don't encourage me. Don't worry, Gage, you weren't aware of the time loop to rant about it last iteration. Anyways, clickbait sucks and should really stop making me anxious about whether or not an asteroid is going to destroy the Earth when it's not even an asteroid that could actually destroy the Earth. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Like, I just don't get it. What's the fucking point of being like, oh, is this asteroid going to destroy the Earth when it collides with us? And then just, like, being like, no. Like, why would you make me do so much fucking legwork for an answer that's just no? Like, I would hope that if the answer was yes, you would maybe put that right away, just to kind of get that shit out of the way there. But at the same time, like, why aren't you gonna fucking do that for the answer being no? God, save me a fucking headache. Okay. Okay. I'm good. I'm alright. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Because fuck you, read our article. It's fucking bullshit.
It's working. Please, come up here.
It's bullshit and I'm angry about it.
Find the signal?
Yes, I don't think it's quite the same thing we had, the last time. Still, we're definitely picking it up.
Are we getting the complete signal now?
I'm afraid not. Take a look at it yourself. I'm printing out a hard copy now. I'd like to ask you a question or two before that, though, if you don't mind.
I need some water.
Most people would find these events extremely disturbing, provided that they survive these creatures, that is. You seem to be quite adept at dealing with the situation. Why is that?
Yes, I was involved in... It's a complex story. I was in this small town, and a horrible thing from another dimension kidnapped my wife and manipulated me into writing this horror story that came true. I learned to fight it with light, and I managed to contain it and free my wife. But I was trapped in its world.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. So, I'm used to reality working in strange or even impossible ways. And I fought these things, not exactly like this, but close enough for a good while now. Of course, I have certain advantages. Was there anything else?
What did you mean when you said you have advantages?
At the risk of sounding like a lunatic, reality is much more fluid than people think. It can be influenced.
I didn't take you for a mystic.
I'm not. I'm a writer. And under certain conditions, I can, for lack of a better word, rewrite reality. Change things.
That's absurd.
But it works.
Assuming I believe this, why don't you simply, I don't know, write yourself some superpowers?
It's not quite that simple. You need to follow certain laws of drama, I suppose. You need to think about consistency and symbolism. Often what you write isn't anywhere near as important as what you imply. There are things out there that will take advantage of your mistakes.
You really believe in this?
Don't look at me like that. You've experienced some of this yourself.
I will gladly admit that something exceedingly strange is going on. But this idea that you're somehow altering reality with your writing is ridiculous. You're essentially saying you're controlling my actions. Leaving aside the rational arguments against this, what gives you the right?
Well, it's more like having a destiny. A path you're on. You're not aware of it, but there it is. If somebody changes it, what difference does it make? It's what every writer does. If you write something that affects one of the characters, they don't really know about that.
I'm not a character. Are you saying that it's all right to take advantage of someone if they aren't aware of it?
Look, all I meant was that if you're genuinely making all your own decisions, and those decisions lead to whatever destiny you have, what practical difference does it make?
I suppose that depends on whether our destinies are determined by things like physics and probabilities, or natural reality, which is presumably neutral and impartial, or by some kind of an intelligence. If it's the latter, that intelligence makes choices based on some criteria. If we suffer as a result of those choices, there's a moral and ethical element involved, regardless of whether we're aware of its manipulations. Wouldn't you agree?
You're taking this very well. I thought you'd be hangry.
Suppose I would be if I thought you could actually do this.
Wow. Okay. I'm just taking a look over a couple things. Bear with me.
Another
Yoink.
printout. Another signal fragment. The message is still not complete, but it's another piece of the weapon he has built against his adversary. Mere words on a piece of paper, but in the right hands, they will hold back the darkness. The last time the man came to the drive-in, it did not end well. He
It
hopes
super
to
didn't.
avoid that fate this time.
I didn't get a
He hopes
chance
that
to
what he has
see
brought with him to
fucking,
this
what was it
place
called?
Is enough.
Samurai vs. Conquistador 2, The Return of Conquistador? Or Ham, a documentary? I was super excited for that second one.
Ugh. Serena's probably out of her mind again. But I'm gonna need that key so I can get the power back on.
You again?
I'm really just here to get the keys so I can get the power back on.
You want to hold me down? It's okay. I know you like that.
Yeah, I'll just grab the keys.
I could
Discomforting.
be like your wife, little wifey, waiting at home for hubby. Or you could be the mailman, or the neighbor.
I'm already married to someone who isn't crazy, thanks. I'm just gonna go and get the power back on.
Aww.
Alan, you're being very rude to this woman who really hasn't done anything to
The
deserve
access
it.
code to the booth already, so once the power is on,
You should totally come see me. We could have fun. You know.
we'll see how it goes. You should sit down or something. Try to stay calm.
I don't want to be calm. I want to be nasty. I want to be nasty with you.
Yeah. Okay.
You could do anything you want. You can use my...
Let's not even go there. I was hoping that you'd remember more, but I guess that was too much to ask.
Anyways, keys. But first, radio. What's going on with that radio?
I was about to do the weather, but I see we have a caller. Hey, you're on the air with Eddie. What's up?
Hey, Eddie, it's Ricky. You talked about fate before. You think about that a lot?
Not a lot, to be honest, but I take it you do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Any conclusions you'd care to share, Ricky?
Well, we've got free will, right? That's in the Bible and everything.
Yeah, all right, sure.
So free will, right? Am I right? I mean, if we can do what we want, how can there be fate? I mean, you don't know what's gonna happen next, so there's no fate. There's just people doing stuff.
Well, I don't know, Ricky. I don't suppose you have considered the possibility that we're all here in service of a greater purpose, incomprehensible to us,
and that what we take to be freedom is nothing more than the move of a pawn on some cosmic chessboard, limited in scope, subject to the whims of unseen players,
existing only for their entertainment.
or perhaps we're just a twisted
Reflection
of actual events that can happen elsewhere. Could it be that such is life in Night
Springs.
Dude, what?
Food for thought, Ricky. Food for thought.
Another one of my favorites. Just for the way that it, like, swivels between, like, him with the fucking shit of... Hold on. The Night Springs voice and, like, the radio host voice. Ow! Bat! It's a good one. I hope if they do an Alan Wake Season 2 that there isn't any fucking crafting. God, wouldn't that just be the worst? Huh. Oh, birds. Dodged him. Eliminated him. I guess I'm just not sure why crafting is like the new big thing. But like, I guess I just don't really like it. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just not the... What's the word I'm looking for? The demographic for that sort of thing.
I want to talk about Alice. Just look at her. She's really beautiful, isn't she? Your wife. Well, our wife, really. Just my wife soon. Don't worry. I'm not gonna treat her like the others. She's special. If I wanted her dead, she would be. I've been around for a while now. So talented. You haven't seen her new work, of course. Oh, it takes my breath away. Really, she's that good. Did you know that I've got a wedding ring, too? Without similar. She's seen me.
You can't be married to my wife. I'm married to my wife.
I've let her catch glimpses. She thinks she's imagining things, of course. She thinks you're dead. It might as well be. I mean, even if you manage to keep surviving, you'll be in my trap forever. So I'll go to her. It'll be an amazing moment. Oh my God, you're alive. I'll be the good, loving husband for as long as I can stand it. She'll love it. And then, one day, somehow, it'll happen. Maybe I'll slip up, she spots something, or maybe she just starts running her mouth. And then, I'll do it. It's gonna be sweet. My darling wife.
Anyways. Hitting that kind of low energy point again, admittedly.
Like a little hamster in a wheel. Go ahead and keep running for all the good it'll do you.
Maybe I will. I'm gonna run with the best of them. I'm gonna be Alan Runman. I'm gonna be the Homestar Runner. I'm gonna be a terrific athlete. Shit. Everyone fuck off. Homestar Bun Maker, eh? Have you ever considered the making and selling of tiny breads? Holds a gun to your head. Have you ever considered the selling and the making and selling of tiny breads? Have you? I'm so tired. Goodness. What is this bit I'm doing right now? This bit is a disaster. Flare gun ammo. So I think for this one it's just the center, isn't it? Yeah. Ah. Spiders. Fuck off. Spiders don't interact. Ah! Electricity don't interact. Ah, spider! Whoa! I hate that my antivirus has on more than one occasion isolated a game.exe and locked it in the virus chest. What game did it lock in virus jail? What game got exiled?
If you die, you lose. If you quit, you lose.
It locked important files for Titanfall 2. Oh no!
Sucker.
Titanfall 2 doesn't deserve that. And the same thing with Destiny 2 as well. Tragic. Alright, I need to change the position I'm sitting in again, just to get comfortable. Okay, let's continue. Stuff like this is honestly why I try to stream on consoles more often than not. Or play games on consoles, rather. Because, like, with PC gaming, you know, it's like... Obviously, the game working properly is on the developer, you know? But, like, the system working properly, well, that's on you. But, like, if it's like a console, then not only is it on the developer of the game to make sure that, like, the game works properly, but also it's like, you're kind of off the hook for making sure that the system works properly because that's going to be on the developer of the console. PC has so many possible issues. Phantasy Star is a big example. In what way? Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. Tell me of the fantasied star. BSO2 had a horrible PC launch here. The Windows 10 store is an absolute American nightmare. Amazing. And good branding. Good stream branding with that last one. We're gonna go help Serena real quick. Because Serena deserves to be helped. If you don't help Serena Valdivia, can you really call yourself, like, ready to engage with society at large? Hey, Serena, guess what? Bam! I was only able to make it work once it launched on Steam. Installing had absolutely zero issues on that platform because Microsoft doesn't know how their own system works.
I know you didn't have to come back.
Ain't that just the way?
I couldn't just leave you like that. I'm sorry about the whole thing.
Not your fault. At least I'm not Little Miss Horslut anymore. Ugh, that's just... Hey, thanks for not, you know, taking advantage.
No problem. You don't seem too weirded out even though this is happening again.
Honestly, that pales in comparison with having that thing inside my head. I mean, it's crazy, but...
I understand. It can really mess you up.
This is weird. I think what he did left something. I can feel that things are different.
That's a weird thing to thank for.
Acting wrong. I don't know how to describe it. It's like I can sense it.
I'm not surprised. A close encounter with these forces, it stays with you. It changes the
Yeah, it is kind of a weird thing to thank for, because, like, that should just sort of be, like...
Well, it's early yet. I'm not ruling anything.
You know, basic human decency.
I'm gonna go make my way into the projector booth.
Okay. Is there anything I can do? About the situation, I mean?
No. It's a trap for me.
But at the same time, you know.
Go deal with it.
Uh-huh. And you got a plan, is that it?
I think I have a chance. Yeah.
Godspeed, Serena Valdivia. I'm on the car. I don't know why that's such a big deal to me. I think it's because I'm getting tired. My fucking buzz from that energy drink is wearing off.
The Champion of Light knows that the time itself is about to end. At least for him. He can feel the dead end rushing towards him. But there is time to act. Incomplete or not, he has the weapon.
Oh, right. Let's go ahead and take a look at the second fragment.
The film noir poster reminded me of Alex Casey, the detective's cool exterior never cracking even with the gun pointed in his face. In the back room, all the lights had been turned off, except for the lone spotlight which illuminated the bright red fire extinguisher on the wall.
All right.
The whole thing. But maybe it's enough.
So 2:30 a.m. Hot Boy Summer. Dad movie. Gift of Thorns. Alex Casey. Oh, it's literally Alex Casey. Okay. Take a closer look at that fire extinguisher. Did I do it? Am I winning, son? Uh-oh.
It's not enough.
Oh, no. I mean, I think I'm pretty cute, yeah.
It's a waste of time, buddy. You should just lie down and die. Let me take over. This is the only thing you've got coming to you. From here to eternity.
No matter how many times you come back.
Like, I don't even think I need to try that hard to be cute. I think I'm just cute by default. Okay. I get it. You weren't really asking.
Time folds back on itself. Again, his senses scream as the very impossibility of what is happening assaults them. But the champion of light endures.
I've got no choice but to endure.
Each time he gets a little closer, each time another detail falls into place. Now the trap works against the Herald of Darkness.
Hee 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 hee. Mr. Scratch is in for it now. We're going to take a second here, because we have to learn a couple things here. We're going to learn about the new enemy we're going to be fighting.
I have seen the darkness twist flesh into new shapes before. But encountering these giants is an extremely disturbing experience. It's as if the genre has been switched on me. There's something out of Pulp Fiction. Twice as tall as normal men and stronger than forklifts. Their lumbering gait and slow-witted demeanor brings to mind some kind of mean-spirited caricature of a feeble-minded hillbilly.
And we're also going to go ahead and take a moment to learn about Emma Sloan and her encounter with Mr. Scratch.
With all the herbs, crystals, and the rest of her New Age paraphernalia, Emma Sloan had been called a hippie and a freak and worse. It was that small-town mentality. She was a female mechanic, and even in 2011, there were always going to be backward shit-kickers who thought that was
Backwards shit-kickers.
She didn't mind. She could deal. She could take any engine apart, even the new ones with all the computers in them. Turned out that these boys were awful polite while waiting for her to put them back together. Emma wasn't sure exactly when the man arrived at the motel, but from what she could tell, the party started almost immediately. It was infectious, spreading from one room to another. He was mercurial, almost as if he was flickering through the scene, telling a joke here, throwing an insult there, oozing sex and violence and excitement. She had never seen someone like this before. He looked at her and smiled, and she felt her heart flutter a little. She knew he was the kind of man mothers warn their daughters about, but she told herself it didn't matter.
There's something very viscerally repulsive about the phrase oozing sex and violence. Like, I don't know if I ever would want to be described as oozing anything. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. If someone described you as oozing something, what would it be? What would you ooze?
King Hillbilly?
Ooh. Big boy. Fuck. No thank you. Ooh, wow, okay. You take a lot of these, huh? He takes 3. I don't know, just the word ooze is disgusting. Ooze. Ooze. Ooh-woos. So hey, here's some good news. Everything here is already done.
Bubbling to the surface from untold depths, the horrors come. The emerging monsters do not expect the warm reception that has already been prepared for them.
Our good buddy Emma Sloan was already up here and already put everything together. We got the valve, we got the battery, it's been charged, we got the fucking boombox with the CD in it. The benefits of a time loop where people remember what happened on the previous loop. Though that has to be kind of a weird thing if, like, you died on the previous loop and you remember that. Like, that's got to be fucked up, right? I cast Meteor. Boom! Say I want you. I need you. Just right off the bat with this one. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna ask you to stop, sir. Whoa!
Next stop, saving Emma.
Let's go save Emma. Let's go do the thing. Fucking Sputnik ass. Down, big boy. Whoa. Fuck. Fuck. Stop moving. Where'd you go? Squirrely motherfucker. Gotcha.
Not as long as I show up, I guess.
Sick dodge.
Clear now.
Hey Emma, how's Death been? How's Death been treating you?
Thanks for saving me again. I'd hate to die before I'm scheduled to be murdered.
I guess I have you to thank for setting everything up at the oil derrick.
Yeah, well, I figured that if we were going to go over this again, we might as well try to be smart about it, huh?
I appreciate it. You took a big chance doing that. You okay?
What do you think? I've died twice. I remember everything pretty clearly now. You said I was gonna be okay.
I don't know what happened.
It's not your fault. I think one of those, what did you call them? The takers?
The takers.
I think they did something to the power and they got me that way.
I'm sorry.
I got the key.
They've been takered.
In that room.
They've been taked.
Them over until you do something
the
about
tooken.
it. I'm sick of getting killed.
Fair enough. You seem calmer now.
I tried freaking out. Didn't do much good for me. I guess you get used to the craziest stuff.
Good for you.
Plus, I figured I'd take the edge off, you know?
Mm-hmm. Those herbal supplements are pretty good, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she's on the weed.
I wanted to try to explain things to you now since you're calmer, but maybe this isn't the best time after all.
Oh, shit, yeah. Better not get all metaphysical on me now. Seriously, I'm like 2 sentences away from thinking how we could all be like atoms on God's skin or something.
Figments of somebody's imagination?
Wow. I'm just gonna try to chill out and not think about that or getting murdered or anything, if you're cool with that.
Gotcha.
Alright. Let's go make sure Emma doesn't die this time. Ow. Oh, let me just... Whoop. Swimch. Alright. Now, before we go talk to Emma, we do have to get the TV and the radio for this sequence, so let's go ahead and grab the radio first. And I think this is the Alice Wake loop.
Well, art lovers, are you feeling neglected? You shouldn't. You know Eddie Rodman's got love for you, which is why I actually hauled myself out of bed before noon, just so I could record an interview for your pleasure. Enjoy. Now, as I'm sure you all know, the annual Night Springs Visual Art Show is coming around again, and that's a big deal for all of us that are in the culture business. If you can call it a business. That's a little controversial, I know.
Oh, that's okay. Money makes the world go around, no doubt about it.
And that's one of my guests here at the studio, Serena Valdivia. She's a curator at the Night Springs Gallery of Visual Arts, and she's in charge of the NSVA Film Festival, held this year at the old Night Springs Drive-In Theater.
Hello, Eddie. It's great to be here. And let me just say that it's a wonderful venue.
Absolutely. And with her is one of the filmmakers, somebody who's actually primarily known as a renowned photographer, Alice Wake.
Hello.
Alice, I've seen a lot of your work over the years. It's very impressive. My wife's a big fan, actually.
Oh, thank you.
You've gained quite a bit of fame as a photographer, but that's not why you're here, right? You actually have a film. That's a little surprising.
For me, too. I really wouldn't be here at all if it weren't for Serena.
You two are friends, I take it?
Yeah, we move in the same circles. So, about a year ago, I heard about all this footage she'd shot, and I got to see some of it, and then I started pestering her about actually putting it out there, because it was really good. I didn't really want to show it. It felt too personal.
Well, yes, I can understand that. It features your husband, and he's, well...
He's dead.
I thought he was missing.
It's been 2 years. This sounds awful, but yes, I believe he's dead.
Oof.
Otherwise he would have, well, you know.
Yeah, I understand. Well, hold that thought, and we'll be right back.
Ouch, bruh. That hurts. Alright, let's go ahead and get the TV. See what fucking Mr. Scratch is up to, I guess.
So I've been thinking about Barry. I don't know what to do about him yet. I mean, I'm not gonna keep him around, that's for sure. Al? Ugh, little parasite. Your best friend. Really? That's the best you can do. I actually kinda like the guy. He's a plucky little butterball. He plays the clown. That's a hard road to take. But I don't need him sticking his fat face in my business.
I'll be nice to Barry. He's doing his best.
Did you know he's been hanging out with the sheriff from that shitty little town? They keep in touch. Barry's about the only guy who insists that you're not dead. How about that?
I mean, he's correct. So he's got that going for him.
I might keep him alive for a while. Just to see him go to pieces when I fire his ass.
Oh, that would be mean.
Yeah.
Absolutely despicable. Now he has to die so we can save Barry. Alright. Let's go talk to Emma. Emma!
Okay. I really don't think they can get to the power now.
Thank you. That's a relief. Here's the keys that you needed.
Thank you.
Hey, I have to tell you, at the diner, I went there with him. The guy who looks like you, okay? I know I said that I didn't.
Yeah, I figured. Want to talk about what happened at the diner?
There was this guy from the observatory, and he just attacked the poor dude, smashed his face into the tabletop a bunch of times. It was horrible. I didn't know that he was gonna do that. I swear. And I just ran. I just left him there. I didn't even try to help.
There was nothing you could have done. It's not your fault.
Well, He's dead in that motel room now, so excuse me if I feel pretty shitty about it anyway.
You can continue feeling shitty about yourself. I won't stop you.
I just didn't want to get involved. I have this tendency to just drop everything and run. I don't think I'm a bad person, but I didn't even call the cops. I'm such a coward.
If you'd called the cops, we'd have dead cops.
I don't see a problem.
Do you understand? It's not your fault.
But I could have tried to stop him.
Believe me, if you had, you'd be dead.
World is a fuck. Kill 'em all, 1989.
Better now.
Yeah, I guess it just got easier once I got this thing off my chest. I just feel so guilty about it, especially because I didn't pick up on any of the warning signs. I just really liked hanging out with him, you know? He was smart and charming and funny and hot. The way you could be, I guess.
Thanks.
What's the deal with this guy anyway? He looks like you, he uses your name. Why does he do this stuff?
I'm not sure myself. Maybe he's just evil or my dark half. He does a lot of the stuff I'm trying really hard to get away from. Things that just messed up my life.
I guess all those murders don't help either.
Yeah, I could do without the murders and the end of the world. Listen, I need to get going.
Yeah, go. I think I'm good now. I hope.
Good luck. If it all goes well, maybe this is the last time we meet like this.
God, wouldn't that be great?
Just keep those lights on, okay?
Alright, let's fucking go. Taking this.
The fate of countless individuals hangs in the balance, threatened by the machinations of the Herald of Darkness. And yet, for a moment, the Champion of Light breathes a little easier. He has saved one life. For this moment, it is enough. And soon, perhaps, he can put an end to this. Returning to the observatory for what he hopes is the final time, the man feels anticipation and dread in equal measure. Soon, he knows he will have what he needs.
Hell yeah. And we're gonna have a big dumb action fight. And it's gonna be really cool. Hello?
I was expecting you. I've already taken care of the imaging array, but you should still look into securing the primary coolant flow. With some luck, you may be able to light the area before these things even show up.
Sounds like a plan. But first, let's go ahead and learn about Dr. Meadows.
When Dr. Rachel Meadows got the call from Michael, telling her to hurry to the observatory, she didn't waste any time. It had been a nice party. She'd had a good time, but her social life would always play second fiddle to the mysteries of space. Michael never showed up, of course. He pulled over at the wrong rest stop. She never even thought about him at the time. The phenomenon in the sky above her was too fascinating.
She's not even thinking about the fact that he's super dead.
The man before Dr. Meadows was handsome and slick. He moved with lazy confidence and didn't bother to pretend that he wasn't staring at her. She didn't mind, at first. Then the man flicked open the knife and shoved her out of the control room so she wouldn't hear the signal, whatever it was. Outside, she pulled her lab coat closed and thought about running. She didn't. She didn't think she'd get very far. Not from him. She never was entirely sure why he spared her.
Who can say? It is a mystery. Yep.
Thanks for tuning in for the second part of our interview with Serena Valdivia and award-winning photographer Alice Wake. Now, Alice, we were talking about your husband, Alan Wake. Is that a sore subject for you?
Well, a little bit. Of course it is. The way I see it, we had our good times and our bad times, and on the whole, we had a lot of good times. He really made me happy. I don't mind being reminded of it.
So you're over him?
I don't know if I'll ever be that, entirely. I still think about him every day, literally. I still find myself hoping for... Well, sometimes I think I see him just standing somewhere, watching me. I think most people who lose someone they love experience things like that. But on the whole, I'm doing all right. 2 years is a long time to adjust, and I'm not really the type to wallow in the negative.
Well, I know there are a lot of stories about Alan. He seemed to have something of a wild streak.
That's not really what our show is about, though. Look, all that stuff really gets blown out of proportion. He had his problems, but it's really frustrating for me because people like to talk. They love to tell these crazy stories, and they never really knew him at all.
Well, the character he created, Alex Casey, is a household name. The books still continue to sell. There's been talk of a TV series, a movie, a video game. Must be nice to know that his work is still being appreciated by so many readers.
Yes, of course, but I don't really deal with the business side. I leave that to Alan's agent.
That would be Barry Wheeler. Actually, I just interviewed him. He's currently in the music business. And he's also Alan's best friend. Do you two keep in touch?
We talk regularly. Like I said, he handles the business side. I think we should talk about her film.
Yes, of course, you're right. I'm Eddie Rodman, talking to Alice Wake and Serena Valdivia, and we'll be right back.
So, of course, obviously, who Alice is actually seeing whenever she mentions seeing him in, like, a crowd and stuff like that, is Mr. Scratch. Alex Casey getting a movie is actually something that comes up again in Control, where a character actually mentions wanting to catch the premiere of the Alex Casey movie, which apparently like just comes out at the time that Control takes place, or at least like one of them. I don't know if it's like a movie series or something that it ended up being. And of course, if you want to play an Alex Casey video game, you just need to pop in Max Payne. Because really, that's all Alex Casey is. I really want to play Max Payne on stream at some point. I have it. I don't think I have it out, though. Did I leave that out? Oh, you know what? I might have. I might need to think about that. A lot of our games are packed up at the moment because of our move. But I tried to keep out games that I knew that at some point I wanted to potentially stream. And I kept out all of the ones that I was like ready to stream at like more or less at a moment's notice. Not because I 100% intend to stream those before we move. A lot of them are probably going to have to wait until after we move. But I don't know what's going to strike my fancy at any given moment. You know? Got him. I think it's a fairly reasonable approach. Where it's just like, what am I going to feel like playing? Fuck if I know. Like, I wasn't planning on playing through Alan Wake again, and yet here we are. Like, was it appropriate for me to play through Alan Wake again? Yeah, fucking AWE's coming out. There is literally no more appropriate of a time for me to play through Alan Wake than, like, at this time. You know? Like, fuck. Oh, shit, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Or Splitty boys. Get out of here, Splitman. Hold on. Ow. That wasn't nice. That wasn't nice, and I did not appreciate it. Eat that. Hey, can I come in?
Come on in.
Thank you. I appreciate the prompt response. Boop.
This is what you look like. Does that bother you? I bet it does.
Not really. I'm a pretty good-looking guy.
Just wearing your face, you know. It goes a lot deeper than that. There's a lot of you and me. All the best parts. At first, I was just an idea. But they kept telling all those stories about you. You already had that rep. And then you disappeared mysteriously. And then, the stories about bad, crazy Alan Wake came true. And here I am. That's the best part, isn't it? When that happens, you can always count on Cauldron Lake. I'm just as real as you are. And I'm the improved version. No fears, no doubt, no weaknesses, no self-deception here. I don't let anything drag me down. I know you like I know myself. I know it bothers you that I'm like this. That I use your name, crawl my way into your life. But I only do it because I'm better at being you than you ever were.
Debatable, but okay. Alright. Let's go. Let's go have a big dumb action battle. Fuck, maybe I should grab a different gun, actually. Hold on. Can I go back outside? No, I can't. Okay, well, we're gonna have to work with what we've got. And what we've got is 10 flare gun rounds. And a bunch of flashbangs. Ooh, I don't like that noise. Shit. Let's go! Fuck. That worked pretty well, all things considered. Okay. Any bad guys coming from anywhere else? Hello? Hello? Mr. Squatch! Oh, here we go. Alright. Okay. Another one down. Another one down. And dodge. No death run. No death run. Whoop. Oh, fuck. Oh, no! I jinxed myself. Well, shit. You know what? That's on me. I don't know why it didn't, like... I hit the right bumper for the flashbang. That was weird. Oh, fuck! No, 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 no. Oh, fuck. And I'm down to 1 pip of health again. Delightful. I don't usually have this much trouble on this part. I'm kind of shocked, honestly. Who's jingle jangling? I hear you. Alright. Okay. I think we're just about done here. If the music is any indication. There we go. Is this the in-game music? It sure is, Ganon.
There, I have it. But I wish these things would stop blatantly violating the laws of physics in my observatory. That's just rude. Are you alright?
I need to play this game, apparently.
Glad. I'll send the lift down to you.
It's basically this game's version of the Children of the Elder Gods fight in the main game.
Never met before. I don't know why our awareness persists, but it's bloody fascinating.
Or like the ashtray maze in Control. God, the ashtray maze is so good. I've never played any Alan Wake. You should absolutely probably play Alan Wake. And you should absolutely get through Control. Both are fantastic games. I would also recommend Quantum Break. Quantum Break is pretty good.
Yes, it's completed.
Finally. If all goes well, this should be the last time we go through the loop.
You know, I just realized that I don't have any memory of what happens after you leave. What does that mean?
I don't think it means anything. If everything goes well, you just keep going. I don't show up here like this again. No more bad guys. Things go back to normal.
Let's hope you're right. I'd love the opportunity to look into this in more detail.
Looks like you've accepted the situation.
I'm a pragmatist. If this is a delusion, at least my first psychotic episode is anything but boring.
That's one way to look at it.
At the end of the day, I'm a scientist. I love mysteries. I love not knowing. Whatever else this might be, it's absolutely...
If I'm fucking nuts, at least I'm not boring.
I wonder how far this reaches. Is everybody in the world experiencing this?
Who knows? I think reality's probably pretty fragile right now. Doctor, I can see you're very enthusiastic about this. I'd appreciate a bit of discretion.
Are you suggesting that we should suppress this?
Yeah.
No. You can do what you like, but I want you to leave me out of it.
But surely, with the things you know, the things you've experienced, you can replicate any of these results. We could...
Let me be blunt. If you drag me into this, I'll deny everything. I'll lie like my life depended on it. And writers are damn good liars. Word of advice. This is things man was not meant to know territory. You get into this, chances are you'll open up a door into a world of hurt. Believe me, I know.
See.
And I guess that's it. Alright, let's grab paper.
In a strange way, he feels at ease. He is armed with his own words, and when the time comes, they will be enough, or they will not. For now, he's content to let the currents take him toward the final confrontation.
So, in the last time loop, when we came to this area, obviously the big thing was that, like, you had to go talk to Serena the first time, and you could choose whether or not to, quote-unquote, save her after you turn the power on, because you don't necessarily have to. This time, we just start off over at the sort of like power plant area to turn the generators on, so we don't even talk to Serena Valdivia the first time.
The man has his share of weaknesses. Perhaps
so at this point, it's just like you don't have that moment where you're just like kind of remembering, oh yeah, I should probably go talk to her because I saw her the first time I came through here. This time, you don't even see her that first time. You don't get the chance to talk to her. Like, I think I tried to go and talk to her before doing the generator stuff, and it doesn't let you. But, like, this is kind of the test of just, like, are you a good person? Do you go to help Serena on the third loop? Speaking of which, let's go ahead and learn about Serena a little bit.
For Serena Valdivia, burning the midnight oil was more of an exception than a rule. A procrastinator and a perfectionist, she often worked when she wouldn't be disturbed. Tonight was especially important. The film festival would open tomorrow, and there was still so much to sort out. It wasn't that the work hadn't been done. She just didn't feel like she had completely mastered everything yet.
Okay, and let's learn about her encounter with Mr. Scratch.
When the dark man's eyes suddenly locked into Serena's, she flushed hot. They ignited a black fire in her. He was talking. He wanted the power turned off. He said something about the projector booth. She hooked a finger under his belt buckle. He grabbed a hold of her throat and twisted until it hurt. Somewhere deep inside, a part of her screamed in paralyzed horror, but the moan that escaped from her throat had no panic in it. Pay attention, he said. Business first. His eyes glittered shamelessly. Hers did too.
Creepy. Can't wait for that guy to die. Oh, big boy.
Oh, you got yourself a little plan, do you?
I do, as a matter of fact. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, multiple boys. But yeah, Remedy has a long history of working with the band Poets of the Fall for their games. They did a song for Max Payne 2. They had a song featured in Max Payne 2, Late Goodbye. They had a song featured in Alan Wake War, and they made 2 songs for Alan Wake. The Poet and the Muse and Children of the Elder Gods. And they have a song featured in this game, the Happy Song, as well as making a song for this game, Balance Slays the Demon. Whoa! Large lads, back up. This is a mistake, but I'm gonna have fun with it. Whoa. All things considered, I'm handling this pretty well. There we go. Rest in fucking pieces. Oh, geometry. What was that? Did I just see like a shiny thing? No shiny things. Okay. Alas. I got an emote. Cheer, reward. See, again, it's cheers, shared rewards. 25 others in chat. I don't even know if I have 25 people in chat to share rewards with, but thanks, Ganon. Really appreciate that. one's gonna come busting through that generator then? Okay, I guess I'll just go around. Electricity, please don't interact. Nah, you know what? Ow, my guts. Okay. So our next step is to go ahead and take care of the dark fountains that are going to pop up around the words. Dark fountains that are going to pop up around the projector booth.
You're never getting out of this, Wade. Never. Don't worry. I'll take care of your wife and your life.
I'd rather you didn't. Okay. Ooh, big boys. Bad and naughty children are put in the Parawiggler to atone for their sins. Boop. Damn, you guys really take a lot of this, huh? Boop. I really kind of cheesed that, huh? This is why I don't use the flare gun that much in this game. I just build up... Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Think you're doing, but I'll send you right back to the beginning.
Citation needed, but okay.
What? You think whatever it is you're gonna do is gonna make a difference?
Yes.
This'll end up just like before.
Fucked up if true. Alright, we're gonna get to the dark fountains in a second here. Oh, jeez. Are you the only one? Yeah, he's backing up. Well, let's go ahead and take care of the dark fountains now. Then we can watch the TV, listen to the radio, go help Serena without, like, needing to worry about anything. Oh, wow, there's a lot of you, actually. Hold on. Ow. Stop that. Okay. Oh. I think I might have killed that guy. Oh. Wait for it. Okay. So, now that we have freed up the projector booth, it's really just kind of cleanup at this point. We go watch the TV, we go help Serena, we go listen to the radio, and then we finish the game, essentially. Television.
I've been around for a while now, you know? Well, you've been indisposed, Stuck in the darkness? I've been busy. I operate in the shadows. Not always literally, you understand? I'm a little more resilient than those I've taken. But I do my best work in the dark. And there's so much darkness out there. It goes deep. And the things that live in it are fast, big bastards. They don't mind getting a little bit of elbow room. All that chaos and madness, it doesn't really do that much down there. It's like pouring a glass of water into the ocean, right? But up here, yeah, you can really make an impact. All they need is someone to bring them all the way through. But first, I had to take care of you. You party pooper. You're stuck in an eternal cycle now. The sun's never coming up for you. Everything else? Do my thing. Getting a bit of quality time with Alice. That's a little something for me. And I deserve it.
You really don't. Alright, let's go help Serena. Which, again, is, technically speaking, a thing we don't actually have to do. But the game gives you the option to do so. To test if you're a good person, you see. Because there's no benefit to doing so. You can finish the game just like normal.
Oh.
But hey, are you not a dick? Then you want to do this.
You'd better. I really don't want that to happen to me again. It's like somebody vomited in my brain, like a sleazy movie that keeps looping in my head.
I'll stop this, I swear.
You know the part that's really screwed up? If you mess it up, it'll just keep happening forever, right? I don't think I can deal with that.
Don't think about that.
I don't think
Gun just clipped through his leg, but that's fine.
Hey, afterwards, when all this is done, look me up. This thing, I can probably help you deal with it.
I don't know. It's almost like I'm not even in the same world anymore. Everything's just weird now.
Yeah, I know. A lot of that'll pass with time. But being touched by the darkness, it's rough on you. It's a lot to process. And I just don't want you to get completely screwed up by this.
Might be a little late for that, to be honest.
Yeah, well, there's degrees. At least you're not at a point where you go around picking fights with people over not changing their light bulbs often enough.
What?
Never mind. All I'm saying
A reference,
is,
of course, to
you're not
Cynthia
alone with
Weaver
this.
from the original
And anyway,
game.
you're friends with Alice, so, you know, any friend of hers.
Thank you.
Alright. And let's go listen to the radio.
Hello, folks. Welcome to the third part of our pre-recorded interview with Serena Valdivia and renowned photographer Alice Wake. So, tell me about the film.
It's called Sunrise, and it really wasn't something I ever thought of as an actual film. It was just footage, things I saw and happened to shoot. It's not a medium I'm very much at home with.
You shouldn't put yourself down. You've got a great eye.
Maybe, but experience is another thing.
Because you're primarily a still photographer.
Yes, exactly. So I'm really used to thinking of the world in terms of snapshots. I frame something and try to pick the right moment, and then reveal that moment to people. Moving images are a different story. I'm still learning a lot about it, to be honest.
So, this is a new thing for you?
Or maybe I'm just a slow learner. But showing it like this is definitely a new step for me. It's a little weird taking something this intimate and showing it to everybody. Not that the material itself is somehow shocking. It's just that those were private moments.
But that's why it works, because it feels genuine. It's not so much a story as it is a sort of an echo, showing us how you saw your husband at the time.
It's not really about the sunrise itself or Alan watching it. It's about you two together, I suppose. It's funny looking at it now, especially now that it's been edited like that. It takes on a life of its own almost. It's a kind of a fantasy. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. No, you're right. I'm glad you talked me into it.
All right. Let's go to the projector building and get this shit finished. Oh, and let's check that third fragment, because we never actually took a look at it yet.
I'd found her film from the pile of containers in the back. I'd threaded it into the projector. I swallowed hard, staring at the screen, hearing her voice. The sunrise I remembered so well, only moments away. And then Mr. was there, nailed by the projector's beam, caught in his own trap. He shouted at me, first in confusion, then rage. And then the sun came up and things started to burn.
Hell yeah. Time to fuck up Mr. Squatch. And then call it a day. I think I really sped through this game the last time that I played through it on stream.
The champion of light enters the final trap, the new reality.
I am kind of glad that I took my time with this a little bit more this time around.
Change the details of the scene, push it past the breaking point.
All right.
The rest
late at night.
Snap into place.
2:30 a.m. Summer was almost over. Hot boy summer. Film noir poster visible. Dad movie. Take a closer look at that fire extinguisher. And how do I, where do I go for, hold on. Here we go. Wife movie.
Oh, come on, buddy. Why don't you... What? What is this? No! No! You can't do this! All I did was take the things you always wanted and never had the balls to go for. It's my turn now. It's my life. It's my life.
Rip to you, but I'm different.
Alan? Is it really you?
It's really me.
How? I love you.
I love you.
A woman, a man.
He was a boy. She was a girl. Could I make it any more obvious?
Enveloped in the light of a glorious dawn. They both feel it. He's home at last. Are these actual events, or merely a dream? A memory, or a glimpse of what is to come? One thing is certain. This scene takes place in another time and another place, far, far away. from Night Springs.
So that's Alan Wake's American Nightmare. It's a short game. Like I said, it's a spin-off that was released as an Xbox Live Arcade game, so it's not exactly, you know, like, intended to be particularly lengthy. It does have... I'm going to go ahead and mute the game audio for now, and probably mute my TV so that that doesn't pick up on that. But essentially, my theory with this is that the game kind of leaves itself open to interpretation, right? Like, is it actual events? Is it a dream? Is it a memory? Is it something to come? So on and so forth. If I had to guess, if they never got the chance to do anything Alan Wake related or figure out how to do anything Alan Wake related ever again, that was probably going to be intended as just sort of like closing out the story. Now, thankfully, that didn't end up being the case. We are going to get more Alan Wake content, obviously, with the release of the AWE expansion on Thursday. And that's fantastic. I'm so excited for that. Like, I cannot possibly be more excited. I guess my concern, though, like, what does this mean for Alan Wake, you know? Or, like, what does this mean as part of, like, the greater narrative? The information that we find in Control would seem to suggest that, to a certain extent, these events kind of happened, but they unfortunately didn't result in Alan being able to escape the dark place. And it was more of a situation where, like, he attempted to, but because of, like, the shifting nature of, like, what is reality, what is fiction within the dark place, that unfortunately meant that this all kind of ended up being sort of a crapshoot. Like, maybe he still defeated Mr. Scratch, but it wasn't enough to get him out of the dark place. And I think that's kind of the reason that the game sort of like leaves itself up to interpretation, so that if they decided to go ahead and like do this, where it's like, oh, Alan Wake is coming back for Control, right? That they would decide like, oh, okay, so this game didn't happen the way that it would have seemed to happen, and that's fine because we implied that it might not have happened. But if they had never gone back to Alan Wake, if they had never decided to go back to Alan Wake, and I'm glad that they are, but if they had never gone back, then this game would probably be like, okay, yeah, that closed out the story of Alan Wake, and we're not going to return to it. It's going to be interesting to see what Remedy does from here. You know, they've suggested, like, the Remedy Connected Universe. Like, how far does that go? Is it just Control and Alan Wake? Is Quantum Break going to be folded in? Are they going to somehow work something out with Rockstar and get the option to get Max Payne in there? Night Springs episode Return, written by Alan Wake. Alan Wake's journey through the night will continue. And we know that it will now. But I guess we'll only find out.
No. Al?
Next time on the Shark Stream. Hi, Gordux. Sorry, we're just finishing up. But yeah, so that's the end of Alan Wake's American Nightmare. I hope you all had a good time. I know I did. If you enjoyed the stream, you can subscribe here on Twitch. We have special emotes at tiers 1, 2, and 3. You can follow me on Twitter at @sane_intolerant or on YouTube at youtube.com/saneintolerant. I appreciate anything that anyone could donate using the link just below the stream.
In our world where fiction and dreams can come
I'm
true.
going to just skip out of that so that he's not trying to talk over me. As you can see, we're still working towards our move-in wedding fund. We, again, appreciate anything that anyone can give. It all helps us out. Taking a break for a few days, and then on Thursday, we're going to be back, and we are going to be playing the Alan Wake expansion for Control. Altered World Events. Alan Wake Experience. Whatever you want AWE to stand for, that's what it is. And I'm so excited. I am ready to see how my boy is doing after 10 years of being trapped in the dark place. I'm assuming it's not good. But I'll see y'all next time on the Shark Stream. Same Shark time, same Shark channel. Oh, art for the stream was done by my friend JCat. You can find his work on Twitter at DandyMathuin. That's DandyMathuin. He does fantastic work. Highly recommend checking him out and giving him a follow. And yeah, I'll see you next time on the Shark Stream. Same Shark time, same Shark channel. Take care.